Hello, Misk. What kind of tea? Right now I'm drinking a tea from a brand called Kuzmi called Anastasia. Think of an Earl Grey, but uh, less strong, more sweet, with also orange in it. Yeah, it's kind of like an Earl Grey plus orange ish. I like this brand. Okay, yeah, let me go get my cup and then we can start. Hello, good morning. Okay, so let's start. This abstraction is kind of sucky, but whatever. Which keyboard layout do you use? I use Colimac. Normal Colimac, no, none of the minor variations. Okay, so I was just doing minor refactoring in the meantime. Is it worth switching from QWERTY? Um, in my personal opinion, it is worth. Sorry, one sec. In my opinion, it is worth, uh, in the sense, in the case, and in the sense that um, I don't know, I'm not convinced that it is that big of an improvement if you're already good at QWERTY. In my case, what happened is that I learned shitty QWERTY. I never really learned how to touch type really well with QWERTY. So for me, switching to Colimac was an opportunity to rebuild my uh, typing habits from scratch. So the way I did it personally was I went from a normal keyboard to a split keyboard, and at the same time I went to from QWERTY to Colimac. It's brutal. The first week or two, you will feel like you have a speech impediment in a sense. Like you would like to say something in chat and you just can't because you can't express yourself. You can't type fast enough to really be expressive. But you just go through it. Also, you kind of feel like, oh man, will I ever be able to get comfortable, get reach the same level of comfort that I already have with QWERTY? And the answer is yes. All these habits you can rebuild as many times as you want. You're like, I don't know, maybe you're like 200 years old and you lost all your brain plasticity. But if you're not in a extreme case, like you with good confidence, you can do this work. You just have to be willing to push through the pain. Hello, crypto code. Awebo. Awebo. I'm at around 60 words per minute with QWERTY. We'll try calling back. I can do I can do faster than that. I can do a little bit better than that. In shorter tests, if I put more effort, like my upper limit is like 120. If I really put in effort and try serious about it, which means that it's not my average typing speed. I guess this is more like it. In any case, you can do better than 60 probably. Again, I don't know. It varies a lot by person to person, and 60 words per minute is not like weighing you down. You're fine. But if you have 60 words per minute because you don't type touch well, if you use your fingers in the wrong way, if you have to look at the keyboard, that kind of stuff. I'm very imprecise. Like I'm naturally imprecise. So in my case, another thing that causes me to be slower is that I just add typos to everything that I do. So um but like if you have these issues where you're not touch typing correctly, it is 100%, in my opinion, worth rebuilding them, because again, 60 words per minute or 70 or 90, whatever, it doesn't make a big of a difference. But if you were able to touch type much faster, if you just did it correctly, then you are missing out. You're kind of wasting a bit of your potential. Do you find going back to the MacBook keyboard weird an issue? Not really, because I popped off my keycaps and I rearranged them in the Colimac order. Actually, you don't even have to do that. When you learn how to touch type properly, you just don't look at the keys anymore. So you just have here a Colimac switch, and even if the keys on the keyboard don't change order, you're used to it. So um, you can um the only thing that you need to be careful about maybe in the beginning is with passwords, where you think you have the muscle memory for the password and then it doesn't work out, and then you will want to, and you always have the ability to switch back to what the keyboard says, and then right, um, type it in you punch it in one button at a time, and it's gonna work out. But it's not a big deal. So that would be my recommendation. Hello. Is it really hard to learn Vim and develop in it? I don't know. Really hard? I don't know if it's really hard. Here's my suggestion, though. I don't use Vim. I use Helix, or rather, I don't use Helix either. But I never learned Vim keybinds really well. I did learn Helix keybinds much better. I like Helix keybinds more than I like Vim keybinds because I was able to learn those. If I had put more effort into learning Vim, I would have been able to learn Vim, but whatever. Helix just happened to work better for my brain. So here's my recommendation. Try this. Try Flow Control. It's the editor that I'm using right now. When you launch it, and it supports multiple input modes. So it has flow mode, which is what you're used to when using VS Code, or like VS Code or Sublime Text. That's flow mode. So, Control C, Control V, normal keybinds, no modal sheet, multiple cursors. You have multiple cursors in this. Just to give you an idea. Then if you want to try Vim mode or Helix mode, there's it's F4, or you open the command palette and you do input and you switch input mode, and you can switch to Emacs, Vim, Helix, and you can try one of those if you like it. One word of caution: the Helix mode is not complete yet, so the basics are there. I'm using it, but it needs some more love from the creator of Flow Control, who is Neurosite. You will find him occasionally here in chat. He has a Discord server, so you can go and annoy him there. But I think that the nice thing of having everything in one editor is that when you want to venture into these things, you can you switch to Helix mode to get practice, and then the one time that you get frustrated, get stuck, can't do one specific thing, or you just have to be productive, then you switch back to normal mode temporarily, and then you switch back to Helix mode once you want to try again. I think that's convenient. Okay, gang. Let me recap the problem from yesterday. Yesterday, we discovered that when in Opus, we have 10 millisecond big. First of all, we discovered that 480 samples per packet means 10 milliseconds worth of audio per packet. For some reason, my brain was farting hard, and I thought that 480 was 20 milliseconds, which is so stupid because, it is in this. Obviously, it's a 1, If the multiplier was a 2, then it wouldn't be the same fucking digits 1 to 1. So, in any case, so it means that my goal is to use 20 millisecond packets, not 10. But while I was convinced that 480 meant 20 milliseconds, I encountered no stereo, not from your microphone input. So this right now is only code that is, this code right now is specialized for microphone input. Once I start adding screen share, we will have to update and improve this code to also support stereo channels. Yes. But so I'll probably have creating mono and create stereo, or it will accept an enum, one way or another. So, yeah. Hello, Alison. So what happened is that when we set this to 960, which is the correct number, everything goes fine. Everything works well. But when we set this to 480, we start having the audio thread that runs faster than the network thread. And the problem is that we double checked, the network thread is not running slow. The network thread is running fine. It's jittery, but it is running fine. The problem is that the audio thread runs faster because we have a bug somewhere in our audio handling code that makes us eat some audio data on occasion. And if we run this with the current settings, I have a panic that immediately crashes when we start underrunning the jitter buffer and we hit it like right away. We instantly get a jitter underrun, like straight up. To be clear, this should not in normal circumstances be a reason to panic, but I put it as a panic so that we can immediately recognize the situation. So, is this a module for C developers? Yeah, well, I mean, these definitions are copy pasted from the original Opus stuff. So, yes. This was a no, by the way, to be fair, you're looking at old code that I wrote, and it was a very C time of my life at that point. No, I mean, I was just looking at copy pasting this stuff from Opus. That's it. Okay, so given this, we then tried to do this. We went into the jitter buffer and made it much bigger. I now split the jitter buffer into two, which I think this guy needs to go back into the same file, honestly. But for now, it's split. But let's do this. I said that the buffer length was going to be 64, much bigger, and the start count was going to be 54. So by doing this, we will now hear some audio, but as the audio plays, you will also hear some noise in the middle. And then we underrun. To do this well, I'm going to mute this. I'm going to mute music. I'm going to enable playback also on YouTube so everybody can hear it. So the difference is that compared from before is that now it will take us longer to underrun the jitter buffer, but as we get there, you will hear artifacts. Oh, sorry, volume is too slow, too low, not slow, low. So let me close this. Okay. Oh, we're not running it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it took a while, but we did end up underrunning it. And you did hear artifacts along the way. And it took a while to get to the artifacts. So basically what's happening is that we are triggering some condition where we're triggering some bug in the logic that happens at some point while using the jitter buffer. That was my theory, but I wasn't sure yesterday. So yesterday we added prints and panics. Does it underrun if you don't say anything? We can test. I probably yes. The reason why I was making the noise is that so that you could hear the audio artifacts. Audio artifacts mean that we have a bug in implementation. So, for example, if you have silence or you don't hear any audio artifact, then you can be fairly confident that you're playing always the right sample because the next sample is the right one from the previous one because all the waves match. Because audio artifacts is when the waves don't match, so you kind of fucked up something in the ordering or something like that. So that's why I was humming. If you don't hum, we will underrun the buffer, so I can show you in a second. But since it's all silence, then even if you, for example, play things out of order, you wouldn't hear any artifact because silence is compatible with any other silence. You will not notice that something went wrong. But sure, we can do the test. Another reason why I am confident that not saying anything still causes the same problem is because the number of samples that we output never changes, we always output the same number of samples, and whether it's silence or not doesn't change that math. But there you go. As I was saying, though, the difference is that now it's all silence, so you don't notice that something went wrong in the middle. In fact, when I did this test yesterday, when I increased the length of this, the size of this jitter buffer, and we were able to hear artifacts as it played back, that's when I was confident. That's when I knew that we had a bug in this data structure, because, or either in this data structure or in the code that pulls samples from these data structure, because that is the source of those artifacts. Like, artifacts can come in either because you messed up your code, so you're playing wrong samples, or because you're falling behind. But we are panicking when we fall behind. Sometimes you can hear artifacts that are similar because you fall behind. The OS wants you to write down, 512 samples. You don't have those samples, so you either leave that data untouched, which is garbage, which plays out as garbage, or you put there silence, and so you have this jump from noise to silence, which is also very glitchy. Or I guess alternatively, you could try to do something that makes it sound less glitchy, but that would be, how can I say, that has to be your code. Like, I would have to write code that looks at the past few samples and does some kind of interpolation to try and make it sound not bad. But also what I would be doing there precisely, huge question mark, because what do you play? I don't know. In the case of voice data with Opus has the concept of a lost packet, and that's the kind of stuff, when you're in a call and you hear the voice of somebody going all robotic. That's Opus trying to do its best to make up for lost packets. Okay. So, that being said, yesterday we left it at that because I didn't know what to do next. I slept on it, and as I was hoping, sleeping on it gave me an idea on how to continue diagnosing this. It's actually fairly obvious. I could have done this earlier, but here's my plan. My theory is that we fuck up something related to the index code in the jitter buffer ring logic, which, by the way, I pasted the ring buffer implementation to Claude, who thought about it hard and concluded that the logic is sound. The only thing that it was worried about is something stupid, basically writing too much data to a buffer, which is 100% not possible in our case. We could have an assert around this, but it really is not a thing. So the rest of the logic is sound. So this guy didn't find anything. So who knows? Maybe the logic is fully sound, and maybe we should trust AI, but I won't. So here's the slow down, speed up. That's actually how people do it. That is one way in which people do it. If they are falling behind, or like if they're underrunning or overrunning the jitter buffer. Yeah. You've never heard it? I have heard it when using Bluetooth headphones, because Bluetooth plus streaming is, you have a tiny network between your headphones and your computer, and boy, that thing likes to speed up audio. It's kind of cringe though, because the sped up audio is out of sync with the video, and it distorts everything like music. It's embarrassing. So frankly, in that context, I would just prefer a hard jump forward. Anyway, I will not implement speed up in Awebo. Also because implementing speed up, it requires a bunch of math, because you're essentially kind of like downsampling or upsampling the original audio in a way. Like you start fucking around with sample numbers, and then they have to match up. I wrote some resampler code in the past. Very shitty. Probably there's much better resampling method. Actually, no, I did not. I just used a resampler. Never mind. I never wrote a resampler. I have no idea how to do resampling. But here's what I think we could do in Awebo. If we are falling behind in playback, what I think is fair game is to cut silence short. So when you're playing silence, if you're falling behind and you're playing silence, instead of playing the full silence, you, for example, divide that silence by 2. Like you have every silence section by half as a way of catching up. And if you're falling behind, then I don't fucking know. you play more silence? I have no idea. Okay. So here's my theory then. My theory is that we fuck this up. It would be nice if we were able to crash precisely when the error happened. The problem is that I don't know where the error is because at first look, all my math looks fine. So here's my theory. Let me also show one last thing. Audio playback works like this. This is a refactoring that we did yesterday. We have this concept of next packet begin and next packet commit, where the idea is that we want to read from a specific section of the ring buffer, but we don't want to increase the read index until we're done reading, because if we increase this index, like if originally this was just one operation called next packet, which would internally also bump up the read index. But the problem is that the moment we bump up the read index, we are allowing the write head to rewrite what's in there, just in case that we are like the write head is bumping up on the read head. That is a problem that I believe we never experienced, because it would mean that the audio thread is running slow, so we are filling up the jitter buffer. Right now, our problem is the exact opposite. So we never hit that specific kind of UB, which is by the way UB because it's an unsynchronized access to the same data from 2 different threads. So we never experienced it, but I wanted to fix it. So now basically we first grab a pointer to where the read index is, read it, and then only after we're done, we bump it up atomically to the next number. Now, here's what I want to do. When we're done reading and we're committing this, let's write undefined. Let's obliterate what's in there, because that data is now garbage and waiting to be rewritten by the write head. So let's do jb.packets dot data at oh wait, we cannot do it here. We need to do it in the data structure. Okay, so pb dot data at mask new read index equals undefined. Kind of a slow operation. We're in debug mode, but we are overriding the entire packet that we just consumed, setting the read index to this value. How can I say? This is not writing garbage to the thing that we're gonna do next. This is maybe I should double check this, but I believe that this does not write this does not make the next thing that we're gonna read garbage. This this makes the one that we just read be garbage. If I'm wrong with this, it's gonna be easy to find out because basically the second read that we do is immediately gonna be garbage. So we're gonna find out right away. But I bet you that this is not gonna happen. We're gonna play for a bit and then we're gonna crash. That's my theory. Let's see. Uh Index out of bounds. Let's see. Initial write 0, remaining file 12. Index out of bounds. Um, DC data contains also the length, right? Yeah, these are instances of data. Okay, so we corrupted len. Let's corrupt just the buffer. Just to make it even more clear that this is what's happening. So now length is not going to be corrupted, it's going to be correct, but the opus packet will be garbage and we will fail to decode it. That's my expectation. So also, why am I not hearing myself back? Assert false. We hit an assert false in jitter buffer. Huh. We're hitting. Okay, what is this assert false? Line 84. Is that the equivalent of the do? No, that is the equivalent of this is a correct condition, but they should not manifest right now. So next sequence. We expect next sequence. So this case, next sequence lower than is the case where we receive in our jitter buffer a packet that arrived out of order that turns out to be older to where we're at. So like a packet got delayed by a lot. So we were playing packet sequence number 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1, 2, 3 was missing. Then we jumped to 4, 5, 6 because as time goes by you have to progress anyway. And then 3 arrives afterwards. So we see that the next sequence ID is lower than where we're at. Ignore this other condition, but for now, but we see that this is lower than where we're at. And so in that case, we want to skip it over. But this should not happen right now. So I put asserts to basically crash whenever we hit a code path that I don't think we should be hitting. So now here's the question. Why are we hitting this? I think this has to do with the fact that what's happening? This might be the wrong logic that I was talking about. We think that we would be getting like the next thing, but we're not really. We're getting an older thing. Like we are basically getting the like slices is producing the wrong stuff. Or we wrote stuff in the wrong place. So log.debug expected this, found this. Expected jb.expected next sequence, found next sequence. Okay, let's see what happens now. I also want to hear myself back. So I want to right away as soon as even before I click, because I want to hear myself back. Uh we only hear silence. Am I corrupting the wrong thing then? Expected 2, found 1. Maybe we are corrupting the wrong thing. Okay, so let's do this. -1. Okay, for that to be correct, then it means that I hear myself for a bit and then we crash. Okay. There's a lot of corruption though. Heat. So this is crazy. It's hmm. This this make it seem like okay, let me take this out for a moment. So maybe I was right, or I was right in being wrong, meaning that this is corrupting the thing that we're gonna read next, and that's a problem. Or maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. Let me do this. I will now do begin playing. I'm gonna bring begin playing in here. So that should tell us. I guess that will show us 1. Yeah, and then 2 is the failure. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Begin playing 1, and then when we're about to begin to playing 2, we fail. Okay, so that's not it. So that is correct to be -1, because it's the previous one that we want to corrupt. Hmm. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is not okay. This is not the problem. We are not diagnosing it this way. But it does have these problems. It it does have those problems still, so we can hear that. Okay. Damn. I was hoping to like one shot this problem, but I'm not gonna be able to. Okay, so unfortunately, even though I just started, food has arrived. Give me 15 minutes. I'll be back. I'm just gonna eat lunch real quick, and then I'll come back with a new vector of attack. But we know we have that sound. That sound is the cue that we are fucking something up. We just need a way of turning that into a crash. We need to turn bad audio into a crash. And then we can inspect indices and see if something smells fishy there. I'll be right back. I'm back. Would that not corrupt content on 0? If you're talking about that assert, no, that assert doesn't trip on 0 because when I don't corrupt any data, you see that it's fine. Um, hmm. Oh, we have no log in here. Okay. Test. Oh, wait, we were not hitting any trouble for a while, huh? So let's see. Um, begin playing sequence 755. Oh, you know what? We need to do this with a smaller everything. Out of curiosity, what happens if we do no? Well, no, never mind. This needs to go back to 8, and this needs to go back to 4. Uh, okay. So we crash right away, but this gives us the ability to see this from the start. So we start here. We're just writing and playing silence. Then in here we're saying um, begin playing sequence 1. Yes. Setting 0 to undefined. I don't think this is correct though. Oh no, wait, this is correct. No, yeah, right. We um wait a second. What is happening in here? We're setting it twice? Yeah. That is a good question, isn't it? That is a good question, isn't it? It's almost as if I'm calling. It's almost as if I'm calling the function twice. Like I'm calling commit this, commit that twice, which should not be the case. Okay, so that we're clear, this function call prints initial write whenever we do it, whenever we enter it. So this means that here we enter the function at this point, then we kept then we did this. This is all stuff. Well, let's ignore that. This is all stuff that happened within this call to audio. to the audio playback field. So our PCM buffer is empty. So we do an initial write that writes nothing because we didn't have shit. So we still have 512 samples to provide. Then this writes setting 7 to undefined. I think this is because we called next packet begin, and in here we have this that makes us, if we skip over some old data, oh, wait a second, this is definitely wrong because this is never 0. So okay, you know what, this is just an optimization that makes no it's not important, so let's comment it out and let's do it again so that we can have a cleaner everything. Okay, let's see if it now makes more sense. So initial write 0, remaining 512. Ignore the network stuff. Initial write 0, 512. So this is when there's silence. Then there we go. Initial write 0, 512. Begin playing sequence 1. Setting 0 to undefined. Then we read another. So, and then we write 480 samples from a packet. Then we remain with some more to write. So we begin playing sequence 2 and we set 1 to undefined. So far, so good. Um, begin playing sequence 3, setting 2 to undefined. Begin playing sequence 4, setting 3 to undefined. I think I want to see which slot this is though. Begin playing sequence 4 at what slot? And this also should say slot, just for clarity. Where's the other thing? Oh, it's in the data structure. So at slot, how do we know which slot it is? Well, we have N. That is the slot that we're using. Am I fucking up N somehow? Am I somehow fucking up N? Yes. That has been the problem all along, I think. For the corruption, but not for the underflow. Okay, so this is wrong. Oh, this used to be correct. Then I changed something and now it's not as correct as it was. I think we're gonna be able to see these very easily. So silence, play slot 0, then set 0 to undefined, play slot 1, set 1 to undefined. Let's go down to where we start getting to the end. Slot 7, set 7 undefined, slot 0, set 0 undefined. No, never mind. This is actually correct. Set 2 to undefined. 7 slot 0, set 0 to undefined 1, set 1 to undefined. This is actually fine. So then the problem is on the right side then, not on the read side, maybe. But this logic is so simple. Like how am I fucking it up? What font is that? The font is JetBrains Mono. The theme is IU Dark. IU dash dark. Actually, no, Mirage. IU Mirage. This one. So here's what I think it's happening. We are doing something wrong with indices somehow. Uh, this in this application has never happened before. This is the first time that it happens. So I can't believe that is JetBrains Mono. Uh, this is JetBrains Mono. One thing that might impact how it's rendered is that I'm using Ghosty as my terminal emulator, and maybe you're using a different emulator that has a different way of rendering fonts. Keep in mind that the font is, is data, and different applications might render it differently. Usually it doesn't change much how these things are rendered because everybody tends to use the same implementations for font rendering. But there is some work that has been done, custom work for rendering text in Ghosty. So maybe that's what you're looking at. Yeah, maybe it is something that has to do with the size. I don't know. So here's what I'm doing. I'm defining this as an enum. A ring index is not just an integer fitting range, but it's an enum now. It's an enum, and now, yeah, now everything is annoying about it. Jesus Christ! Oh man, I hate this. No, that's not the way I think. Let me look at the one ring buffer implementation that we can trust. So how do we implement write in here? Not a slice, just write an individual thing. Yeah, we always write data at the current write index, and then we move the write index forward. So the write index points always at the first empty thing. So we do this right. We load the current write index. Write index points at the first empty thing, essentially. Yeah, we put data at mask W. Let's make this mem copy safe. Oh man. I didn't want to do this, but let's make this mem copy safe. So actually, no, let's do it with a assert. Assert that data.len is lower or equal than I cannot do buff.len, but I can do bb.data mask w.buff.len. So we can put an assert so that we don't uh, clobber other stuff. Then we update indexes with the current masked index, which is correct. Then increase by 1. Then we write in slices a read index. Which read index do we write? We write the one that we read. So the read index points at the first non-consumed item, at the oldest non-consumed, at the oldest valid item. So these also should be fine because this comes from the ring buffer that we trust. Slice 1 starts at the read index. Yeah, masked. Actually, where do you use len for in here? We don't use len for anything. Oh, never mind. No, we do. Starts at mask. Then it's either the buffer length or either the full length or where the buffer ends. And the first slice is going to be from the start to where the first thing ends. Then the second one is going to be from the beginning to length minus how many items we put in there. So that means that if this contained everything, because we selected this, then this is going to be empty. If we selected this because this was higher, then there's going to be like 4 or 5 whatever items, and that's going to be our length from the beginning of the buffer. So this seems so far so good. Then commit read stores this index. Do we store, when we read, do we not store r+1? You know what? I'm worried that this needs to be +1. But you know also what? I think that we actually do the +1 in jitter buffer. Here we don't. Here we do stuff. Never mind though what we're doing here. Here we compute the read index as the original read index plus 1. So this is always at least +1, which is there. Which is fair. So that means that here we're not doing any transformation. Although, you know what? It's yeah, but there's no point in us doing it any differently, really, because um, yeah, this is the most natural place to do the addition. Can't do anything about it. Let's look at the main ring buffer. Do we when we read, do we do things this way? Do we read and write +1? The answer is yes. We grab from read index, we write down read index +1 because we consumed this item, and we point at the next item that's going to be free. And we write down the mask to item. Are we here writing the mask to item? Um, do 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 do. Hey, Temporus. My OpenGL bindings work. Nice. I have a nice cornflower blue window. Cornflower blue window, sorry. Yeah, nice. Good job. Are your bindings public anywhere? Do you plan to make them public? Oh, you have them. Cool. Oh, you have. Wait. The Force to Zig is for your Zig stuff? Nice. Cool. Um, here's one thing that I am not killing as a path. These. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the playback packet ring, and I'm bringing it back into jitter buffer. Hey Jim, how are things? Oh man, yeah, good question. How are things? I don't know. Weird. They're weird. That's what they are. I have a bug in my ring buffer implementation for the jitter buffer for voice calls, and I just don't know where it is. And I'm trying to diagnose it, but so far I haven't had any luck. What happened? Okay, Jesus. Okay, we're putting everything. We're putting the gang back together. So, what is the next thing that I wanted to test? Oh yeah, I wanted to test if for some reason we were returning buffering at a point where I did not expect we would be returning buffering, but maybe we were and we weren't. Oh, you know what? Wait. Let's also do this. Um, Again, another sanity check. Bar started equals false, but then here started equals true, and also, and then in here we say if started panic already started, just to check if we are like somehow returning like weird state stuff from the jitter buffer. I don't think so, but let's be thorough. Test. Uh, uh, those artifacts, man. I hate them. Okay, so we correctly do everything until we underrun the jitter buffer, except the audio artifacts. Also, what happens right before we underrun this guy? Well, the problem is that it doesn't matter because something was going wrong already before. So we are not doing weird things with regards to returning unexpected states. That's good. These artifacts, those are bug. This bug must be so freaking stupid. So freaking stupid. I'm thinking that increasing index at the beginning is causing me to do some dumb stuff. I guess alternatively, we could change this to be a defer. That way we don't always start with this at 1. Maybe that could help. Also, there's the relationship between this number and n, and I don't know if I'm doing something silly with n, but I shouldn't because n is a good index within. I think in here we should assert that n equals 0. Again, temporarily, given what we are doing right now. Here, n should always equal 0. No, I'm dumb. It's not n. It's fine for n to not be 0. It's uh slice index and then slice. Oh wait, actually with this trick, oh this is crazy. With this trick I could get rid of this variable and make it a little bit less imperative. So what I want to assert is that slot IDX is always 0. Yeah, yeah. The slot IDX is, oh, you know what? Let's get it to the crushing point, because who knows? Maybe it turns out that is the invariant that gets violated at some point. I don't know. I don't think so though. No, we already heard artifacts. We're already in the wrong. We're just not catching it, man. But this is not it. So we can get rid of, we can undo these last changes. This is not it. What is causing us to mess this up? This seems weird, but if the right side is correct, which is the one which understandably I like, it's reasonable for me to assume that the bug is in here, because this code is a lot more complex than the read side, than the right side, sorry. But read seems always correct. So how am I fucking this up? Oh, what if it's this? I think I have prints for that though. It could be that we are trying to write, but then we actually in the shifting we just go overboard with that. I don't think so though. No. We're definitely not overriding overrunning. Yeah, we're not overrunning. Okay, so we're definitely not overrunning the buffer. Hello. This looks much more developed than I expected. When did you start this? A few months ago. I have some contributors that help. I'm not entirely alone. The audio stuff, I redid from scratch on macOS. What? I think I started like a month ago or something. So now I have this silly bug in the jitter buffer that I can't find. The moment I'm gonna find it, oh Jesus. Um Are you gonna do end to end? Yeah, no worries. I'm happy to chat about this stuff. So the answer is yes and no. So I'm not interested in doing everything end to end to the max. I think that the user experience of Matrix is horrible, is made worse partially because of end to end everything. Um, Chat messages in a server are not going to be encrypted because it's chat messages in a server, with a bunch of people watching, reading them already. I would like to have end-to-end encryption for voice calls. We currently don't even have TLS, but I would like to have TLS and end-to-end encryption for voice calls. There's a paper from Discord. There's a system that they call Dave, which explains how they do end-to-end encryption for voice calls. So that is something that um, I would like to add, because in the Awebo model, you have server admins that self-host servers, and because of that, um, the relationship between a user and a server admin is partially adversarial. So I would like to have a clear understanding of what malicious things a server admin could do and how to protect users against that, to whatever practical degree we can. So, for example, a server admin could run a modified version of the server and listen to voice calls that they are not physically present in. So, without any end-to-end encryption, when you're in a voice call, the server admin could potentially be snooping or even recording your voice call. So, with end-to-end encryption, we would be able to guarantee that the only people that are listening to this call are the ones that you visually see being present in the call. So that's why that is actually the reason why I would like to have end-to-end encryption for voice calls. Why is voice more important to protect against an adversary than text? What do you mean? For text, the idea is as follows. Maybe I understand what you mean. For text, the plan is to do optional signing, not end-to-end encryption, and protection against tampering. End-to-end is one way of doing it, but that's not. I would argue that's not the main way. The main way should be signing. So, text is not encrypted because it's meant to be read already by a bunch of people. So I don't see a point in orchestrating that. But the idea is this: if you're by default, a server admin is able to even just modify the database and forge messages, so make you say things that you never said. The idea is that in many contexts, this doesn't really matter. Like if I'm making a server with my friends, whatever. But in contexts where this does matter, the idea is to basically allow you to optionally specify a public key. The exact scheme, I don't know all the details. I know that there are like some issues, like there are some challenges that need to be solved with that. But the overall general schema that I'm aiming for right now is you somehow make other people aware that you will be signing your messages with a given public key. With a given private key that corresponds to a public key. And then whenever you're sending those messages, there's like a blue check mark, for example, that shows up to your message next to your messages, that shows that that is a message that can be trusted, that is coming from you. And the idea is that, again, if you're making a small server with some friends, or you're attending, for example, a conference like Handmade Seattle, which did have a Matrix server the last time it ran, then not the last time, or maybe also the last time, but at least it did have it the second last time when I was there. Then in that case, maybe you don't care about, like, for example, at the time I didn't care about having like orchestrating public key shit. So whatever, I was fine with having my name without the blue check mark, assuming that, well, Matrix didn't support that, but I wish it did. So that would be a context where I would personally, most of the time, probably not even bother with signing my messages. But in some contexts, it would make sense to do that. So you opt into the extra complexity because you do care. That's the idea. Uh, yes. But I would like, my point is this. My point is that I'm not using end to end as a form of privacy. I'm using end to end as a like the main thing in Awebo have is to model as best as possible the adversarial relationship between server runner and user. And so the end to end for voice calls is not meant as a form of real privacy as much as it is a form of protection against a malicious server admin. So similarly with messages, the point is let's make sure that the server admin cannot forge messages rather than to guarantee that only a limited set of users is able to read my messages. That's it, yeah. Um, yeah. Being in the web, decentralized web world for the past year, people are way too focused on privacy aspects and not enough on service specific problems. Yeah. So the one case where I do think privacy makes sense is direct messages, but for now, Awebo is not going to have direct messages because I um one other core like I think the two main core principles of Awebo are one, what I just said, so modeling the adversarial nature of the adversarial relationship between users and server admins correctly, and the second one is um, is to provide a user experience that is um, comparable or superior to what is the state of the art. So for the things that we decided we want to take on. So for example, DMs are not implemented and will not be implemented for a long time because peer-to-peer DMs are S. They, it only works if you're online. Then you have to be online at the same time. Then also this concept of being online at the same time is a completely wrong concept in 2026 because we all have multiple clients and you will be online at best on some of those clients, not all of them. And then having DM history where some DMs were delivered to one device, some to another device, complete non-starter. So peer-to-peer leaks your IP address. So DMs your peer-to-peer, absolutely not a thing. Then an alternative could be DMs, basically hosting DMs on self-hosted servers. So whenever somebody self-hosts a server, then you do DMs through that server that is owned by somebody else. That also sucks because I, the server admin, don't want to have to waste disk space for hosting DMs between my users. Also, there's like sucky failure modes where you send me a DM which has been delivered to the server, but then the server admin kicks me from the server or I leave. Actually, let's say that they kick me, and so I don't get an opportunity to grab that DM, and so now you sent me a DM that was lost. So, yeah. So I guess there's the option of you hosting your own DMs, but my idea personally is that probably what gives you the best user experience is just having a centralized service, and in that case maybe having end to end would make sense for those messages. So plain text is just in a Postgres database. Yeah. So for DMs, I am thinking of basically the idea that you can use it's essentially DMs are like a completely separate system from self-hosted servers, from chat servers. So it's an optional thing. You either don't opt in at all, or if you opt in, then you have to pay a fee every year because you will be consuming resources. And then with that subscription, you get DMs, you get also. I have to look into it, but I think that self-hosted servers are a problem with push notifications on mobile because I think you need to have a centralized system in that case as well. Because if I'm developing the mobile application, I don't think I don't think there's a way for, random servers to push notifications to my app. I think they have to go through a service that I set up somewhere. So long story short, I think that that probably it would make sense to have some kind of completely optional, like, premium subscription that you get once that you pay for, that gives you this small convenience stuff. There's another form of convenience. For example, um, one thing that Discord has going for it, which we currently don't have, is that when you open Discord and you're in 50 servers, that's essentially one TCP connection for all 50 or close to. Like, maybe it's going to be a couple. I don't know. There's probably more than one physical server that proxies data. But the point is, you're not going to open 50 TCP connections. So maybe it would make sense that as part of like these premium features that you get is that your mobile application can connect to a proxy. So it makes one connection to a proxy instead of 50 connections. Just random ideas. I don't know. The point is, I'm delaying implementing DMs precisely because I want to do them well. And at the end of the day, it pretty much has to be a completely separate system from chat servers. So let's do chat servers well first, and then we can think about DMs later. And maybe I'll change my mind on how they should look like. But I certainly am confident that DMs will have nothing to do with chat servers. That's a guarantee. Not that, nor peer-to-peer. Neither is even remotely reasonable. If DMs are written, they could be distributed among friends. I'm sorry. I don't want to waste my bandwidth for your stupid DMs peer-to-peer stuff. Like there's this problem where a lot of these solutions, don't get me wrong, I think that those kind of solutions should exist. They're cool, they're interesting, and in some cases you do want to opt into that stuff. But this is not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is something that gives a user experience that is equal or better than the state of the art. This doesn't yield a user experience that is equal or better than the state of the art. So it's not in our scope to look into this. Okay. Chatting while avoiding debugging. Yes. No worries. You know that I've been staring at this bug for now. It's getting dangerously close then to a full 24 hours. It's well, no, I've been 8 hours yesterday. So okay, no, never mind. If we do 8 hours today, it's still gonna be half a day. Well, no, 2/3 of a day. But man, this bug is eluding me, and I don't understand why. I don't understand what it is, and I can hear it. I know that we have a bug because I know nothing about audio processing, like audio programming, audio stuff, and I'm learning as I go. But one thing I learned is to correlate audio artifacts with specific types of bugs, and I am full confident, like no doubt whatsoever, that the audio artifacts that we are hearing from this jitter buffer configuration are because of a programming bug somewhere. And I need to. Here's also where this becomes even more frustrating. In fact, this is based on a configuration that we're not going to use. This is based on 10 millisecond audio packets, which we're not going to use. We're going to use 20 milliseconds audio packets. And with 20 milliseconds, we don't hit this bug. With 20 milliseconds, everything works fine. We don't hit this bug. The problem is that it is driving me absolutely insane, the fact that we have this problem. in the first place, and I need to fix it. Also, here's another Hail Mary. So let's try this. Let's get rid of this sleep here and use local constant. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of that sleep. Let's see if we still underrun. We will still underrun, I can promise you, but let's see. There we go. So we did underrun this, but why did I not hear any audio artifact? Okay, so I'm gonna play again. We need to hear the audio artifact, because if we're not hearing the audio artifact, there is something wrong. I tried. It's not. It said that the logic is fine. So let me. I'm gonna mute myself. You're just gonna hear me from the program. We better hear some audio corruption, because if we don't, then I'm gonna be even more confused. Okay, if we don't hear any audio artifact, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm switching to 20 millisecond packets, and fuck it, we're gonna figure this out. Somebody will do that in another age. So like you can hear it so clearly. Okay, so it's not gone anywhere. Good. This time, this sleep, removing this sleep has changed nothing, as I assumed. And also, you know what? I know it so well. The period between these corruptions, it's when we wrap around in the jitter buffer. I know it. That's how it is. I know that's how it is. It's driving me insane. Oh man. Oh man. If the current sequence is 0, then 0 minus %1 is still 0, and you set it to undefined. Or is that wrapping sub? The percentage kinda suggests that this is wrapping, right? It is wrapping. It is wrapping indeed, although... Oh, but this is a good point. You know what? I think we might have found the problem. This is wrapping, but this is U size. This is U size. What do we do? What is commit read defined as? U size. No, we do the masking. We do the masking. No, this is all correct. We're... I was thinking whether we were doing like in any case, look at this. This is not what's causing the thing, because I added that line just for debugging, but I can take it out. Let's do another test without that line. That was a debugging technique. I was setting the thing to undefined just to catch us doing something wrong. But look at this. I'm gonna mute myself. It still happens. That's not what was causing it. That was just yet another debugging thing that I was hoping would catch the bug, but it didn't. Saturating is with the pipe. So foo minus or plus pipe bar. That is, well, so in this case, we would want to assign to foo. So this is the assignment version, right? You can remove the pipe, and you see that this is subtracting an assignment. Without the equal sign, it's just saturating subtraction that returns a value, while this is wrapping and wrapping assignment. But yeah, but you think of it this way. This is the modulo thing, right? It's a modulo operator, so it's conceptually related to wrapping. So here's my theory. My theory is that when we wrap around, we don't wrap around to 0, but we wrap around to 1 essentially, and that causes us to and I think that causes us to have problems. Here's how we can test this. Let's change the jitter buffer to start only once it's fully full. Like we have to be full to the brim. All 64 slots have to be full. And then let's go in network. And in network, when we try to write and we receive a problem, oh wait, I also killed the wrong sleep. Oh yeah, no, it's not wrong sleep. That was fine. The jitter buffer is an opus buffer. The decompression happens in the audio thread at the very last minute. So here's what we're doing. We call receive. Writes a packet. Okay, let's do it here. Var stop writing equals false. If stop writing return, when it's full, we stop writing. Okay, so with this, so here's what's happening with this. Actually, we cannot do that. We need to keep increasing write. How do we do this? Well, done writing, sorry, done writing. And then in here, when we read next packet. Okay, you know what? We don't do it in here. We go down here. Done writing is false. Done writing equals true. If done writing, we don't write, but we do increase this. Do we want to increase this now? No, we just return. We just do nothing. We just keep doing nothing. And then on the read side, we say that write is always read plus 1. That way, we always think that there is one packet available. Um, but to make the math correct, this is a mask 2. And I guess also L could be set to just 1. Actually, do we use W anywhere? Wait a second. Do we use W anywhere other than here? No. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we can leave W as it is, but then len we set len to 1. We set len to 1. Len is only used in there, right? And in a test. Okay, the test doesn't matter. So with this, we should always have length be 1 after we start. So then in the jitter buffer, we need to stop panicking if we have length 1 because this should always be 1. Okay. So with this, we fill it once, and after we fill it, just keep looping into it. Oh, my own assertions trying to save me from myself. I'm gonna make some noise so that we can hear my voice and see. I don't know if we spot anything. Huh? Huh? Uh, this did not work as I expected. This should have this should have filled the buffer with my voice in the beginning, and then also this is like what, these 64 samples of 10 milliseconds each. So this should have filled the buffer in 600 milliseconds. So this should have filled the buffer in less than 1 second, in about half a second. And then it should have kept playing it, but it's not doing it. Panic buffering. Oh, wait, we got to a buffering state. Still, there is something else going on. There is something sus going on. Okay, let's do this. If true, panic, done buffering. So we should be encountering these very fast. Can we actually get there? We should. How are we not encountering this? How are we never encountering this? Oh, wait a second. I think I know. It's in the jitter buffer code. Wait, we are in the jitter buffer. It's about up here. This without the -1. Okay, let's try. Let's try. I would expect to hit the again. I'm expecting to hit that thing very fast. Dawn buffering. There we go. The minus this pesky -1 was making us start a bit too fast. Okay, so we're done buffering. We're done writing, and now we should hear everything in a loop. Uh you know what? Maybe making length be 1 is a problem because it's too little. Let's make length always be 5. Actually, let's make length always be 5. And actually, that means that we can even turn on that. You can even turn these on if we want to. It really surprises me that we don't hear anything. So the good news is that let's see how this is working now. Yeah, good old memory leaks. Initial write 0, remaining 512. Initial write 0, remaining 512. And what do we do then? Do we what? Do we never transition to? Oh, you know what's happening? We are never transitioning from starting to something else. Um, that is fine. So we can go in here. We can say if done writing jb.state equals dot playing. Oh, we don't have this. If where did they put done writing? Let's put it up here. Okay, there we go. We should not be hitting this assertion because our jitter buffer is always at length 5. How are we hitting this? Line 90. Wait a second. Where was that? In jitter buffer. Okay, line 90 in jitter buffer. Oh, Right. Here we were looking at the sequence number. Actually, that is fair. That is fair. That is fair. Commented out and unconditionally get in here. Man, I'm destroying this code base just to see what's going on. I don't know. Let's see. I reduced the volume. Ignore the final juicy noise. So I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. The jitter buffer logic when length is that value is correct. Okay, the only thing that I can think of that remains in my mind is that um it's a concurrency bug that manifests only when we are actively racing over the same data structure. Yeah. Bye, Jim. Have a nice day. So it must be a bug that only manifests when that has to do with us accessing the same data structure from the thread, from the network thread, and from the audio thread, because essentially the the network thread essentially the network thread is, maybe it's just that the network thread is slow. Okay, you know what? I just cannot figure this out. I'm undoing everything. I'm undoing all these weird changes. I'm restoring the logic. I'm removing the weird asserts, and then I don't know. I'm calling it a day. We're gonna have a buffer line of 8. We're gonna have a start count of 4. It's gonna be 20 milliseconds, and I don't know. Such is life. That's an invariant. This we take out. This auto false. This we take out. This print we take out. This assert false we remove. I think this we can also take out because I don't think it's needed by. Did we use it above? Oh, we did. Never mind. Don't take it out. Okay. I removed all my weirdo printing and let's go in audio. Uh, remove, remove. These asserts can stay. Okay. So this is all well and fine. Let's go to Opus. Switch to 20 milliseconds. Enjoy it working for a while. Just to see that I don't know, we didn't introduce a surprise bug at the last minute. Uh yeah, this is gonna be fine. Yeah, I really just don't know. Uh 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 uh. Okay, so this is fine. Are you still working for the Zig Foundation or is this hobby stuff? Um, I am still working for the Zig Foundation. Yes, this is not hobby stuff. This is serious project for the Zig community. Not only for the Zig community, but as a starting point, it is meant to be usable, useful, and used by the Zig community, by people in some people in the Zig community. Not everybody, of course. Those who want. Okay, so we God damn it, I couldn't figure out what was causing trouble. This is not happening anymore. Oh no, you know what? I'm starting to think I understand maybe what the problem was. What if the problem was caused? Oh, okay. If there was no bug in the jitter buffer and there was no bug anywhere else, then you know what is the one thing that I didn't test? Is how long did it take to run the audio callback? What if the audio callback took too long to run? Um, because we were decoding in there two Opus packets, not just one. Hmm. What if? What if? What if? Well, you know what? This doesn't concern us for now. Thank you. So I'll consider this done. We're ready for making a commit, but you know what? Let's simulate packet loss. Let's see what happens when we do lose a packet. So we want in our AV debug window, I think we want a button to drop a packet. drop next incoming packet. So the way it works is at import, we need network. There we go. And then we need to atomic swap so in network, we need to introduce these concepts. Pub var drop next packet. So we go then into host media manager, host media receive. Here in receive, if the bug is different than void, then if well, actually here we want to swap. So if debug dot drop next packet dot swap with false, oops, Aquirel. If we swap it with false and what we get back is true, then return. And then this whole thing should only work in debug mode, I think. So I would say if built-in dot mode debug and DVY. Let's call this debug. No, never mind. We need a bigger wrapper. Actually, let's do it if debug different than void. Oh, still trouble? Drop next media packet. Okay, let's see how that goes. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna press that button a few times just to see what happens. Um, so you're just gonna hear me through the app. Uh, 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 oh, oh, yes. Uh, 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 so this is Opus. Opus trying to compensate. Uh, Hello, my name is Loris. Test. Uh, I'm still a little bit suspicious that something is um, not working as it should because I expected to see. You know what? I want to see messages that tell me. Um, I want to see messages that confirm that the packet was dropped, and I want to see messages that show me that we did underrun the jitter buffer because we are underrunning the jitter buffer if we spam click that thing. Uh, so I want to see this log.debug dropping media packet, and in audio I want to see this fully buffering. Like I want to see those messages. Actually, I'm you know what? I might be interested in silencing all the other ones. Let me find them. Caller phone, got media. Yeah, these are all from the network. I don't care. I don't care. Um oh, this guy doesn't even call send anymore. Okay, this guy is silent now. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, there we go. No more spammy. Okay, let's see. Okay. This surprises me. Why are we never underrunning? Like, why? Why are we never underrunning? I guess I'm not fast enough, but no. Wait a second. There's something sus. So we are we are printing. Um, Scroll down. So we are printing this. We are not calling write packet. Why are we never switching to buffering, for example? Why? Let me think. No, this is correct. You know why we're not underrunning the buffer? Because we correctly recognize the packet is missing and we don't eagerly play the next sample, well, the next packet worth of samples, but we correctly play silence. So, no, this is working as intended. We are calling the code missing in here. I mean, we could add a print that says that we're decoding missing, log.debug, missing packet, uh, opus, save us. Opus to the rescue. And the same is true also in here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's opus that is actually doing the thing correctly. That makes sense. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it's so good. Test, 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 test. I'm gonna mute myself. Hello, this is me speaking through OBS with like, I don't know, 50% packet loss. No, less than that. I'm not that good, but still, I'm spamming these a lot, and it still works fine. Yeah, like the bigger problem. Oh my god, the biggest problem is that I have trouble enunciating what I'm saying because I hear myself with a delay, and it's yeah, it's just like hard to think when you hear yourself with a delay. But man, this is good, crazy. This is crazy good. Okay, so far so good. So packet loss debug button introduced. Uh, what can I say? Yeah, it is doing what it's supposed to do really well. And I'm not even using the fanciest option. There's another fancier option where they have a thing called Dread, which I think does an even better job at guesstimating what happens. But you know what? Let's make harder on Opus. What if we had a button to drop 5 packets? What if we made a button to drop 5 packets? Is there a way to decrement a value but capping it at 0 with atomics? There's no way, right? I have to do it in 2 steps. 50% drop rate. Yeah. So remaining packets to drop is 0. Drop next media packets init at 0. Down here we do if in debug mode swap 0 const I'm gonna call this update. If update is greater than 0, then we do debug dot this equals update. And then if debug dot remaining packets to drop is greater than 0, minus equals 1. So this instead of true, this should be 1. And this should be 5. Ah, ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. Uh-oh. Dropping Opus to the rescue. No, wait. What? Dropping audio packet. Why are we dropping audio packets? So that is because the buffer is full. Why is the buffer full? How did we cause that problem? How did we cause that problem? Hmm. Uh-uh. So we start and then dropping me the packet for 3, 2, 1. We start buffering. Oh. I think I understand what happens. What happens is that we run out of the next packet, but we don't know yet if those packets are late or they are missing. So this, by the way, this is such an interesting test. So what this is showing is that actually who should be driving what is going to be the next packet that we want to see is actually the audio thread. It is the audio thread. The audio thread. The problem is that the audio thread will want a number of samples that does not match one-to-one with our packet number. So it is hard to um we basically need to keep track of these fractional numbers. That is interesting. So then what happens is that after they are missing, we play silence for the missing packets. But here in the meantime, we wasted some time calling this instead of doing this. And now, I guess when we transition from buffering to receiving, so let me think about it. What do we want to do? So one way of fixing this temporarily, which is not correct, is to say that when we go from buffering to um, playing, we want to have the next packet be um, we basically want to reset what we expect the next packet to be. So that way we don't do this. But that means that in the buffering case, we want to play silence. So we want to go through opus. If we go through opus also in the buffering case, okay, I think I get it. I think we are about to hear the robot voice that we have not heard yet. So in buffering, we don't write all silence. We do this. We do this. So that means that in next we do this. We don't do return. This is essentially this case. So we do this. The code missing in remaining. No. I copied the wrong code. With the code missing in our voice data, then yeah, you know what? Look at what we're gonna do. I think we want to continue with more playing. Oh, but then this is gonna do the commit stuff. No, we can't. No, it's not because we're gonna pass null. Also started equals true. Start equals false. That can go. Okay. You know what? I think we just don't want the distinction. I think that buffering should essentially be playing with null. There is no point in distinction. With the difference that when we are buffering, oh, wait a minute. The problem is that while we're buffering, we are collecting. Damn, I don't know how to do this. Wait a second. So we could be in the buffering case where we are being asked for a packet and we just don't have anything. So we don't have anything. In that case, we want to if we don't have anything, we want to play Silence one from Opus, and that's it. Fine. But what if we are starting to accumulate new data? What if we are starting to accumulate new data again? So I believe that I'm misunderstanding the mechanics behind buffering because buffering can happen because of a network disruption. So, but we're still due those packets. Maybe they got lost, so we're gonna play silence, but we're still due those packets. So that means that we expect to return at our buffering level. Do we? So if we are supposed to have 4 packets in the bank, essentially, and then 3 packets get lost and we don't receive anything, and we do not receive anything, what do we do? I think that essentially when we're buffering, okay, so here's how I'm going to program it. Where's the buffering case? If you're buffering, we don't just return buffering, but we also adjust the expected next packet. And we return playing null. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. Return buffering. Test. Okay. Okay. Drop some packet. That is fine. And we're good. Like everything is maintained. Okay. That is the behavior that we wanted. Okay, let me hear how it sounds. Uh, oh yeah, those are the sounds, right? Those are the sounds that you already heard. Yep, this is the Opus experience. Test. I have this. Okay. So yes, not bad, not bad. Good thing that I had the opportunity to understand the buffering case a little bit better. Good. Good. So, so we have packet loss. Um, so I think that for real world calls, we have two remaining things that we need to worry about. One is that I don't have good logic for when we overrun a U32 sequence IDs, because right now we have 32-bit sequence IDs, and you would want to have modular logic to basically recognize that when you hit 0. The problem is that you also want logic to recognize when a packet is slightly older, and you want to ignore it. But that is annoying because you can't just say if the packet is lower than, like, if the packet that I received has a sequence number lower than the one that I expect, then just drop it, because that doesn't work as you are approaching the end. And similarly, you want to treat as old packets that are way bigger. So I guess you kind of want to take the packet number and modulate within a window, subtract them in a signed sense, and check whether or not it's negative. Let's see. If I'm at packet 456 and then I subtract a giant number, it's going to be negative. Yes, works. If I'm at a very big number, I'm approaching the upper limit, then an old value is not going to be negative. It's just going to be low. The sequence number shouldn't run for months. Just end the call. You think so? We could do the math. You already did the math, probably. Let me do the math. So it's 20 milliseconds. So max, it's basically max uint32 times 20 milliseconds, right? Please, Google, don't give me AI responses for the fucking math formula. 20. That's a lot of hours. That's like 3 years. It is a limitation. To be fair, it is a limitation. But but yeah, so you're kind of not supposed to stay in a call for more than 3 years. Reasonable. So I guess we can just do this. We can remove the modular logic. We can remove this thing here. This was a shitty attempt at kind of getting something of that some of that logic going, but it's not needed. Okay. So it's just accepted that it's limited. That is fair. I mean, 3 years is fair. 3 years is fine. I mean, 3 years is essentially more than 100% uptime per year. So, yeah. Um, that being said, we need to worry about one thing. We need to worry about a client sending us a shitty sequence number. So, because a client could just bump up their sequence number a lot, and right now we don't have any validation for that. So we need to be mindful of this. We need some kind of mitigation. For example, um, on the server side, we can say that actually, you know what? I wouldn't know what is a good approach to this. We could say on the server side that we kind of keep track whenever we see the sequence number go up a lot. But even then, it doesn't matter. Here's how it works. On the server side, if we see the number start to, we put a threshold like 2 years and the number equivalent to 2 years and 10 months. If we see that number, we just kick you out of the call. That's it. That is it. Yeah. If the high bid is set, wait, that reduces everything from 3 years to only 1 year and a half. Yeah, good point though. Good point. We look at the highest bid, and if it's set, we kick you from the call. We can implement this now, right? I mean, it's not a big deal. A big deal to implement this. So run UDP socket, media. Okay, what's the nicest way of testing if the high bit is set? So it's an AND with std.math. No, we shift. We shift this 31 bits to the right. CLZ. That also works. But I mean, we can shift to that and we can claim, we can ask if it's greater than 0, right? That should be the most straightforward way of doing it. Count leading zeros is also nice, but all of these imply, I think, more machinery than this. Just shift to the right, everything. I don't know if this is if the shift is gonna maintain the highest bit. I think it shouldn't. I think the shift should introduce zeros, but it doesn't matter, right? What matters is that actually no, it does matter. If we're getting leading ones with this, then this is gonna fail. But I don't think it will. So we do this, and then we want to initiate a kick. So how do we kick this user? State.leave call leave remove from call. But I think the remove from call tell the client that they got removed from the call? It does not. I think this is too low level. Why am I getting these replies? Okay. The init. Call leave request. But then we would be saying, we would be sending a reply to a request that was never sent. I think at this point we just want to disconnect the user. I think we just want the TCP client and we just call the init to forcefully disconnect it. That's it. What's the UDP index? A pointer to client. Perfect. Sender. What does it want? IO, GPA, and state. Are we locking GPA? Are we locking state in here? Oh, we are. Okay. I believe that the way it works is that if it is a signed number, you get leading ones because the sign is preserved essentially. While if it is unsigned, you should not be getting leading ones because there's no sign to preserve. I believe that is the logic. It's a vague memory. I might be wrong, so take my words with a grain of salt, but that's kind of how I think this stuff is supposed to work. Okay, I'm gonna run the server. Let's test our protection against malicious users. So run the server. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to wait a little bit, and then I'm gonna start sending a bad packet and see what happens. Blah 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 blah. We could add a magic button for this. You know what? Let's add a debug button. Channel list. send bad capture packet. Send bad capture packet in run. No, in network. Not this network. This network. We basically want some of this when sending. In here we do that's fine. So there's no we swap. So if do we shift left 32 or 31? We shift left 31, right? Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay. So here's what's happening. What's happening is that we did correctly kick the client. We did correctly kick the client, but the client itself somehow didn't notice this, and it kept trying to send messages over UDP. Let me double check. I didn't check if we would. I would expect here to see like a reconnect thing blink for a second when we do that. No, we don't even see it blink. But I think we did lose the connection. I think wait. Actually, we should know. We should know because we should see a reconnect attempt. Should we? Do we not see a reconnect attempt? I'm not doing a good job at kicking the client. But you know what? That is fine. I just wanted to not forget the security hole in the UDP code. Then the fact that this life cycle is not handled correctly, so for now it's fine. So what does this mean? Well, this means that we have this. Honestly, these can be wait. I'm not super hot on doing this, might as well delay this for when we begin screen share support. Here's what I would like to do though in the meantime. I believe that to make voice calls finally usable, we need two things. We need a mute button, and um, we need a mute button, and we need uh, a noise threshold, like a volume threshold. Also, we regressed lighting up people that are speaking. So here's what I think we should do. We should add a mute button, reintroduce voice lighting up things, and we need to introduce a cutoff threshold. So I think these are going to be the next three to dos for me because these are important. And after this, voice calls should be usable. Like I cannot think of another like basic necessity that you need to do voice calls that we wouldn't have, except those weird Bluetooth headphones that Amlag had that we had big issues getting to work, but that's a different story. So let me write this down: mute button, then mute. I'm gonna put only an intro. You know what? I'm gonna keep these guys because we're happy that those happen. Mute button. Uh, Indicators, volume, threshold. Yeah, these are the three things that we need to work on. Honestly, they shouldn't take that long. Although there is a reason why I did have light up indicators, but we regressed those because of how everything got changed. This is going to be interesting. Um, Basically, we were previously decoding the Opus packet at a point where it made sense um, to produce a light up notification for a given user. But now it's not as easy anymore. So we'll see, because the problem is that that computation was based on looking at samples, and then it was based on looking at samples and then queuing up a event for the core logic, for the core application logic. But now we only see samples in audio threads, both on the way out and on the way in. And the audio thread, we don't want the audio thread to we don't want the audio thread to do that work. So that means that somebody else has to send out those notifications. But I think we can orchestrate this. We just need to wire a little bit more logic back and forth. So with that being said, I'm going to take a very quick break, grab some more tea, and then we do this. I think that all these three things will be very easy to make. It's going to be very satisfying. So stick around, because this is not going to be super tedious. Man, I think the jitter buffer is lagging, but I just cannot figure out why. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You know what? I think we might be able to play back put back some music. We're not gonna play with sound for a while. So okay. So one sec actually. Hmm. What tea flavor you have? Right now it's rooibos. It's brewing. Fake tea. Well, I cannot drink caffeinated tea 24/7. I'm gonna go insane if I do. So, mute button. Let's go add a mute button. So this would still be in channel list. This is where we're doing all the editing, it seems, lately. But um, I think this file should be better named channel column more than channel list, but it's fine. So this guy has, let's see, the join voice box has a leave button, and before the leave button, we want a mute button, a mute unmute button. So how does this work? Um, so actually, fully implementing this is more complicated than I thought. In any case, const label is um, mute label. If something that we don't know yet, mute, unmute. Actually, we probably want this to be something muted. So we want this to be unmute and this to be mute. Mute label. So how does it work? Mute label means that we should essentially start sending. We need essentially to start sending silence. So let me think about it for a second. Do we stop sending? You kind of would like to stop sending audio, right? When you mute yourself. Um, sending silence seems wasteful. Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree. It need like the correct implementation. To me, it seems that the best implementation of a mute would be, in a sense, a soft like soft leaving the call, almost in a sense, or well, not fully because you're still here. But I think that what this should do, the best implementation would be, so we don't stop. Okay, we stop capturing the microphone? No, I don't think we should stop capturing the microphone because, um, I mean, we could. To be fair, we could, but at least for now, I'm not convinced that stop capturing that not capturing the microphone is the right move. But not sending packets does seem to be the right move. Muting can be bilateral. Mm, yes, if you want to, you can implement it. I don't know precisely if I would like to implement it this way. It is a problem if you're in a voice call and you mute another person in the voice call, because you're going to talk over them, and that's going to worsen the experience for everybody else. It's yet another situation where, you know, user blocking other users is kind of weird. It's like weird. In any case, something like that totally can be implemented. Yes. Um, right now, I'm just trying to nail down the semantics of normal mute because it's surprisingly nuanced. Um, so here's the problem, though. If we stop sending audio, then on the receiving end, we just stop receiving packets and we don't know what to do at that point, because we will think that we're dropping packets. Like we will be thinking that you were supposed to send us packets and then now you're not doing it. We can and will notify over TCP of our muted status, but that will arrive out of sync. So you will receive the TCP notification that a given user has muted themselves with a delay. So in the meantime, you kind of don't know what to do. Then I guess what we can do is that we can reset the sequence, and we can just accept that when we receive a zero, the sequence just resets from zero, and that's it, or like from one, sorry, because packet sequences come from one. So whenever we see a one, we just reset the packet sequence, and that's it. That we can do. That is actually perfectly fine to do. Can the signaling of the mood not happen over a data channel with UDP itself? Sure, but here's the problem. Those packets can get lost. So you could send out a UDP packet that says, I'm muting myself, but the problem is that that packet can arrive out of order, get lost, and arrive late. So I think that a TCP, the notification has to be TCP. I think that us stopping, like we stop sending packets, that's just fine to do. The client will cope with that. And then we could, as an optimization, just send one packet that says, I'm muting, FYI, I'm muting, so that the audio transition can be made a little bit better. And if you lose it, then you just get a worse audio transition, and that is fine. And then after you unmute yourself, the sequence starts again from one. Okay. So where do we decide the muting? So for now, it seems that the muting is a thing that we um that is part of, I guess it's part of the core application state. Okay, so we need to do this. Uh call I'll have an active yeah, active call. So I don't know, the core to call mute, I guess. Mute toggle. In here we do if AC if call dot um muted. I think we have something better than just mute than just this. Let's see, what do we have in an active call? Caller status, connecting, connected, disconnected. For now, this is fine. Somewhere we have this concept of status, but it's caller status. Um, and technically, we do have a caller for ourselves, so we could put this information in the caller that represents ourselves. That might not be a bad idea. But for now, it's fine. Hmm. AC.muted is true. It's debatable. It could have been done either way. I don't know. For now, I'm collecting these functions in here. I don't have a strong opinion for now. So we just set muted to true here. I think this is fine. So then we need to observe this stuff from network. So in network, we hopefully when we send, we have access to this data. Do we? Please? Please, good sir. Do we? I see core. We don't have the ability to observe this in here in media sender. So we need an atomic variable. Yeah, sure. The thing is, I need to see first what's our synchronization method. And right now, here we're not locking core. I mean, oh wait, no, though we do have a pointer to core, but we just do atomic operations on it. We don't lock it. So because we don't lock it, we can't change it. And it would be nice to put, also wait, on the receiving end, do we lock? Wait a second. Here on the receiving end, we're not locking. But we are playing around with this guy. Uh-oh. I think this is bad. I think this is bad. Which, by the way, this also has an interesting implication. It means that um, as things are defined right now, which they kind of have to be, I think. Um, Either we start locking whenever we receive packets, or we need or we need a lock free strategy. Huh. Yeah. We definitely, let me do this also. I think the receive as a function should disappear. Okay, this function needs to go eventually. So this guy could be given a pointer to the active call, and we could guarantee that this guy only exists within a active call session. I think its lifetime is already tied to one of an active call, so that is done. But then we have this problem. Did you fix the audio crackling? Yes. We don't have audio crackling anymore. Or to be more precise, I could not figure out what was giving us issues with 10 millisecond packets. Um, I looked at all that I could think of, and I could not identify any bad behavior in the data structures. So I just gave up and I just bumped it up to 20 milliseconds, which is what we plan to use, and that seems to work fine. So that that's how things are for now. So this is a problem. I think the alternative is that we do like static allocations somehow, but no, we have to synchronize with any change that decides to put somebody elsewhere. So there's just no way. There is just no way. And this is a problem that we need to fix also on the server side. Whew. Okay, something to think about. But for now, let's implement the mute button. So the mute button is, I guess I'm going to commit the same crime and do this. We grab the active call in send. Uh, oh, this is bad. We're holding the read data over the network. That's bad. We need to copy this out. We need to copy this data out. This also is a bad design decision. Okay, that's an plus one things to undo. In any case, basically what we're gonna do for now in here is this active call. If active call dot muted, we send. Well, no, let's do the thing. So if active call is muted, we set sequence to 0. If it's not muted, we send. So this in theory should implement some of the basics. Next in jitter buffer, when we will receive the write, instead of this, we do if sequence is 1, then expected next sequence is 1. Is it correct that the next one is going to be 1? Yes. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, also, you know what the problem with the thing being 1 is that there might be more stuff in the bank. There might be more stuff in the bank, but I guess it's fine. Join, test. You know what? Let me. Okay, let's see. Ah 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 ah. Okay, we're back. Mute, 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 muted, 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 muted. Well, not muted. Okay, so we have muting capabilities. That's good. Next problem. Voice indicators. So here's the problem. It's already what I mentioned. To know if we are speaking or not, we need a to see if it's working or not. We need a we need samples. Huh? We need what is happening here? So to know if we are making noise, then we what is going on, dude? Go spurg out in another channel. Sorry, this I don't get it. Goodbye. Uh, so we have this information only in the audio thread right now. So we need to potentially, so we need to exfiltrate this information from the audio thread. Long story short, we need to make the computation in the audio thread, and we need to make sure that it leaves the audio thread so that a non-audio thread can pick it up and do something about it. Essentially. So that means that in audio, actually the computation is in here. Let me see if I have a copy of it. So this is the computation that we need to make. So let's go in audio. I'm gonna put it at the bottom, I guess. Let's put it in a function. Power. Oh, wait a second. Power, and then we would like to know who that would be. But that is fine. We already know this. Okay, so power, you give me PCM, well, samples, as a slice of F32, and I give you a number. There we go. So this computes the power. So these computes the power, and then in we need to do this twice. Let's start with the capture one because I think it's going to be the easier case. So when we're capturing, here we have our stuff. Begin write, commit write. So I think that we also want to do this. We want to do write dot data dot power, which doesn't exist yet. It's going to be power of PCM. Okay, then we also, I think, want to do this. We want to get rid of this header size stuff because we don't do this anymore. This is just going to be slice from 0 dot dot power is going to be F32. Power is going to be an F32. So then begin read returns a slice. Actually, begin read. Um, um, oh, this is a write. Power is going to be data to power. That's good. Okay, then where are we? Capture push. So this is just slice now. Now the network thread for sure has issues because the network thread in media sender, when we begin a read, we can't write to it anymore. Now we need to, can we define read as data being const? We should. Okay, so now we should see the error. Perfect, because we don't want this to be writable anymore. So that means that now we need our own buffer. So we first mem copy the header inside of buff. And then we mem copy inside of buff slash have header size in here. No, we used to, but we put it here, I think. Yeah. I guess we can do this. And then the data is going to be read.data. And then what we send is buff. This essentially. Um, so this is going to be a slice to 0 dot dot slice, sorry, to header size. This sucks. This is also going to fail. Yeah. God damn it. Okay. So here's the good news. This allows us actually swap them around, put this in here so that we can commit the read as soon as we can. You know what? This is probably faster to do it this way anyway. Okay. So we also solved this problem in the meantime, hopefully. Or not. Index out of bounds. Index 1292, length 1280. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know what? We need this. Read slice, write slice. So we need the two things, but with slightly different semantics. Read slice, write slice. Actually, write slice should go first. There we go. So here we want a write slice and come on. Well, and here we use the read slice. Okay, we should be happy now. Okay. So next, in the network thread, we do this. Before sending even, if read the power is greater than 200, then we send caller speaking. Caller is null because it's ourselves. Cool. Let's see if it works. Okay. Next, uh, we need to do the same for audio that is incoming, and that is going to be tougher. So audio that is incoming, it means that we are going to discover, still again in audio, in the playback, in the source playback thing, we're going to see, we're going to decode here sound, and also we know it's only gonna happen when um we're not decoding missing stuff, only when we're decoding like existing stuff. Doesn't power threshold need to be adjustable to your settings? No. The 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 power, or rather, um for yourself, kinda maybe yes, in order to keep it consistent with the microphone activation level, yes. But when it comes from other people, I don't think it should be that way. Although, you know what? You could argue that basically, if somebody else is not light up, then more than a power calculation, it should be, maybe the power calculation should be used for the volume threshold. And then from when it comes to other speakers, any non-zero value should be considered uh playback. Yeah, that is probably the right way of modeling it. So maybe I should work on the volume threshold first, and then indicators second. We can you know what? Okay, let's pause the work on indicators. Let's work on the volume threshold. Um how do we do volume threshold? Uh hmm. Hmm. So we have volume sliders, playback volume, capture volume. Then we could also add capsule threshold. Hmm. So we can put another slider below. Capture threshold. The problem with capture threshold is that I don't think it is something that we want to set maybe to 1.0 by default. I guess you would like to have the auto level stuff, but that sucks as well. That sucks. Also, I don't know how to implement it. Number one. Number two. Well, I guess yeah, it would need to be an estimate based on what we observe from the microphone. In any case, yeah, maybe the default value should be something like I guess the crappy default would be 0. Maybe 0.5 could be a reasonable default. I don't know. Well, no, the problem is that these values really suck. Okay, I'm gonna put this to 0.2 by default. Then 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 I'm gonna go get tea. I'll be right back. There we go. Yes, at least this allowed to be captured. That's the idea. Um, okay, so we have the threshold setting now. It's wired in the UI. We defaulted to 0.2. By the way, this is definitely one value that we would want to keep saved. Also, I would add, I think this is a value that we would want to keep saved. And I think we would want to keep track of it per device, maybe. Something like this. In any case, so this is the threshold. But you know when this thing becomes useful? When this is paired with a visual representation of like you being able to test your microphone. So here's what I would argue. I think that we should spend some effort to restore the audio test stuff. And in here, above this, we should add a tiny representation that shows, a box that shows as I'm speaking, blah, 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 the intensity, so that you can take a look how that intensity corresponds to this. Now, I think that this is going to be more complicated than I expected originally to get this to work nicely. Let's try. Let's keep let's try our hand at this. So first of all, I think we need labels first of all. Let's see how this looks like. The other issue got fixed? Yeah, I would say so. So input volume, activation threshold. So far, so good. I think that on the same horizontally to activation threshold, there should be like a tiny button that says test, maybe. Or yeah, I think you should say test. I don't think we should try to activate your audio device constantly. I think you should press a button to activate that test. But we also need we need some kind of square to represent the current activation threshold, I think. Um, so in here there should be, I don't know what to call it, a box. Maybe we make the box direction. I guess vertical, horizontal, border, 1 pixel of border. We also need to end this box. Um, Kinda. It needs to have some padding because this guy has some padding, some horizontal padding. Never mind my random commands firing off. Actually, I said padding. I should say margin. I forget the order. X left. So I don't know. X5. What is it? XY WH. Mm, 25? Kinda. 15? Okay, 10? 10 seems to be the magic number. Then we also need padding. Um, Actually, this is not. This is not it. This is mean size content. Mean size content in height should be, I don't know, 20. Ah, that works. It's just very tall. Hmm. I would say 3 is already enough. Yeah. And actually, I would put this below. And then here we add a button. Mm, Something like this. Okay, so we basically want to have activate here essentially the same logic that we were activating in the debug menu, but that we regressed. So now we need to unregress it. And also that one was essentially like debug only feature. This one needs to be uh like real. So how does this work? How does this work? Uh, this is a core feature essentially. And we need to make sure that we turn it off also when closing this page. So we had this call, we have this logic in here. debug capture, audio capture start, audio capture stop. And then we had a pump. We activated a pump. Okay. Yeah, we kind of had this essentially. Now, it's not the opus dance that we want, I think. Let me think. So if we start, if we call audio capture start, the normal capture thing will compress. The normal capture thing will compress to opus, and the other one will decompress. I mean, I guess we could do this. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. We can also give it a better name than opus dance. Test capture. But here we were doing mute. We are locking hardcore. Holy shit. So this is not a thing anymore. This is not a thing anymore. This is not a thing anymore. Yeah, this is not. All of this is not a thing anymore. Oh man, this is so interesting. So basically, what the new version of this looks like is something that takes Opus packets from one end and delivers them on the other end. Although, wait, this assumes that we have a jitter buffer in the main playback stream. But should we have a jitter buffer in the main playback stream? We probably should not. So never mind. It means that we take encoded Opus packets, we decode them, and then we write those samples to the main playback stream. But at this point, here's how this should actually play out. At this point, we should actually add a source. We should add a source, and we should have that callback do the work for us. The problem is that right now, the callback that I have are coded expects to do opus decoding. But I guess that is fine. So okay, out of curiosity, what if I make a fake color in here? So just to test, I put a color in here. Oh no, this guy wants to be created. It's probably not a bad idea. So we create a color. And this color will start an OS color. And the OS color will call this function, which will make it pull Opus packets from what? From a jitter buffer, from color packets. So I guess our job is to push packets from the capture output thing to this sucks though. This whole thing sucks because it has bad interactions with the other subsystems. So we would be like, we are, first of all, we're going through Opus, even though there's absolutely no need. Second of all, we would be stealing packets from the network as a debug feature that you're not supposed to turn on as you're in while you're in a call, for example. That's fine. But this is not a bug feature. This is a user feature that you might want to turn on even while in a call. Although, to be fair, if you're in a call and you turn this on, should the call receive your audio? Maybe it's debatable, but this system would not allow us to do that nice. So maybe this should be special Objective C code. There should be Objective C code to turn on an audio test, which starts an engine that connects the given input device to the given output device and just uses a special pump function in the middle. No, that in the middle has a tap, and we use the tap to compute power levels. This is the nice implementation, I would argue. I would argue that this is the nice implementation. So I guess it's time to start an audio engine. Broom, broom. So audio.m. Oh man, did you guys miss Objective C? I sure did miss Objective C. I am so happy to be back doing some more Objective C. You never have enough Objective C, if you ask me, honestly. So, time for another Objective C adventure. So, playback start, source add, source remove, playback stop. So, now we're going to need void star, audio, capture, test, start. And then we're going to need void audio capture test stop. Hey, Temporus, right on time for some Objective-C. I mean, that temptation is so strong. I'll resist, but I am tempted. That's for sure. Okay, so how does it work? Wait, don't tell me we really need the manager for this shit. I don't think we need a manager for this shit. Or I guess technically we could reuse this manager. Capture test engine. We have a source node. We have a sync node. Okay, for now, let's just keep around the capture test engine. So we get a manager. We unlock init this. Then we need to accept this. And this needs to be, actually we need two of those. This is capture device ID. And this is playback device ID. Then we need to do the if device ID is different than 0. What is the last argument? Is input. So true. Why Objective-C instead of Swift? Because I can compile Objective-C from the Zig compiler, and you can do ABI interoperation with Objective-C much more easily than with Swift. Frankly, in the past, I would have, if this wasn't a concern, like if what I just said made no difference, in the past I would have opted for Swift over Objective-C. But the truth is, I don't know how to write Swift anymore. It has changed so fucking much that, you know what? Maybe it would be smarter to choose Objective-C regardless, just because it's not a moving target. Okay, capture. Okay, so then okay, then next, we need to do manager capture test engine. Wait, how does it even work? I forgot. So we initiate these things. Oh, we need formats, although this should be fine. We don't care actually about formats in this case. Set engine device. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should allocate this engine no matter what. I don't know. We'll see. So in capture start, we do this on engine. You know what? I think I want to copy this line. Okay, I'm gonna copy this stuff. Engine connect engine input mode to engine dot main mixer node. Format this. So connect input node to the main mixer node. Format blah blah blah. And then here, connect engine.main mixer node to engine.output node. Format engine.output node, blah blah blah. So with this, we have connected everything. Main mixer node. And then we need to start. How does audio engine even work? Do you update devices when user selects different ones, or do you have to create a new instance? You would have to create a new node, connect it to a specific hardware device. Well, I guess you would want to first stop the engine. Although it's not strictly necessary, you can modify the graph while it's running. But I think in this case you want to stop the audio engine, deactivate the you know what? In this case, the fact is that input node and output node are special nodes. So frankly, normally you can attach new nodes and detach them and do stuff, but input and output are special nodes. So it might be that your only option is to stop the engine and recreate it essentially. I think. Okay. So we have some stuff. The whole life cycle management here is not exactly perfect. I do think that we want to move allocation of the engine. Yeah, I do think that we want to move allocation of the engine to the initial function, maybe. Either that or just not have a manager at all. But without a manager, it means that we need to write down a pointer. So this makes things simpler, to be honest. Let's allocate this engine at the beginning. Fuck it. And let's rename it to test engine. Yeah, just test engine. Okay, so we have test engine. Capture test start. Capture test stop calls. Well, capture test stop still wants avoid pointer input. And then we just stop the engine. Okay. So in audio, um, audio engine manager, yeah, audio capture start, audio capture stop, audio capture test start, audio capture test stop. This is saying that we don't do audio. For now, we might need to reintroduce this, but for now, let's try to get this to work. Okay, so we have this. So now here we can do this. Capture test start, capture test stop. No audio. Capture. Playback. Okay. So this seems to be good. Um, then next in here, in text capture, we don't want to do any of this weird stuff. Instead, so there's no pump. There's only capture. Like this. No, wait. Too many things. Man, too many layers. But what can you do? Silly Mac. Okay. Yeah, it's working. There we go. Yo, 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 yo. Yup. Yup. Oh. Uh, stop is not stopping. Hello? Oh no. uh, what? How does this not stop? How does this not stop? Um, capture test start. Capture test stop. Audio capture stopped, but it's not. Why? I guess we need to do disconnection of nodes before. So how were we disconnecting things? Connect, connect, connect. Stop, stop. I think we were disconnecting nodes at some point. Although this is only when source playback stop. Detach node. Yeah, we were stopping. Source remove. Engine detach node source. Yeah, I don't get it. Why does stop not stop? So like what the heck? Okay, let's do it this way though. Then big guns. Check this out. Big guns. Test start. Here we do the init. And here we do the init. Um, oh, wait. We've never done the init. Oh, wait. We never do the init. What? Oh, well, we do set stuff to nil. We do stop. And then we set stuff to nil. Let's see if it does. If this does it. Test. Test. What? It's still running. I feel like I'm going insane. I really feel like I'm going insane. Uh, hmm. I don't know. Any suggestions? What the heck? Why is it like this? Oh man. Why is it like this? Um like why even? Why is it like this? Is there like a pause? Attached node, attached nodes, detached node, residual mirror rendering mode, init. Is audio shutdown enabled? Is running music sequence, pause, reset. Well, we can pause it. Maybe we should pause it before stopping it. Would that do anything? Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing. Would that do anything? Test? No. God damn it. God damn it. I feel like there has to be more to this. I feel like I must be doing something dumb somewhere. I don't understand what or how, but I feel like I must be doing something dumb somewhere. I just don't know what, because we do see the right logging. So we are definitely calling into this Objective C function. Let me just double check one last time because I feel like I'm going insane. We do see stopping audio test. So we are calling this function. You know what? Wait. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's print the pointer of manager.test engine. And let's print it also here. I really don't know what to do. Starting audio test. Audio capture stopped. Oh wait, no. No. We're calling the wrong stop function. Okay, man. I was going insane. Like I was literally going insane. We're calling the wrong stop function. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. I I was going insane. Okay, so you can go back there, and now it's in my glue code. Somewhere I forgot to update a thing. Capture test stop. Capture test stop. There we go. Whew. I should have guessed. It's just that you never know with these weird APIs from Apple. Test, test, test. No more test. There we go. Test, test, test. No more test. There we go. Okay, now we're happy. Whew. Okay. Okay. Now back to the UI for a second, because I think this button kind of wants to have gravity on the x-axis to be 0.5, if you ask me. Um, let's see. Yeah, I think this is fine. I mean, this is not particularly good looking, right? But this is like at least reasonable. Then, um, okay, now we need to capture um, what's being played and compute intensity for it. So we need a tap, and that tap needs to update a variable, a float variable, I guess atomically. And then from the UI, we need to capture that value atomically and display it. So let's go do that. So audio test. When we turn on audio test, we need to pass in a pointer to an atomic variable. So let's put it here. Power, SED value, atomic, opposite. SED atomic dot value. You know what though? This seems to be suggesting that we're gonna use it with the atomic wrapper, even though we won't. So let's call it atomic power. Atomic power F32 equals 0. Then when we start the capture test, we pass down pointer to atomic power. It's actually only the one below that wants it. Okay, capture test start. Okay. Then we need to pass down power. Okay, so we can go in here. Let us start. Oops. So what is the cool name for a F32 here? Just float, right? Yeah. Float star power. So now we need to install a tap. So what are we tapping? I think we're tapping the main mixer node. Remove tap on bus. No. I've never added a tap. I don't know how you tap. Install tap on bus. Oh, you know what? We're not being suggested it. But I guess it has it. God damn it. When are you adding account integration so I can link Awebo with Fortnite? Once I'm done with audio, which I suspect will take a while. Install tap on bus. So dot output volume, output presentation latency, next available input bus. Where do we install this fucking bus? On the output node? Okay, we need some help. So this is tapping the input node. But I think we can do the same also for the other one. To make mixer node, install tap on bus 0. Not found. Are you serious? Uh, could we do it on output node? Oh, now this is telling me that it's not even found on input node. I feel like I'm being lied to somewhere. You know what? Maybe this is a good moment to ask the AI. Oh, show me tapping. Show me tapping. Fucking video doesn't play. Goodbye. Main mixer. Yeah. Install tap on bus format. Okay, you're coming with me. Main mix. So engine dot main mixer. Install tap on bus 0. Buffer size. Oh Jesus, this is gigantic. 512. Since we like 512 as a number. Format main mixer. Output format for bus 0. Block. Block has inside buffer and then when. Okay, that sounds good. Full success, no success, blah blah blah. Right from buffer. Output file right from buffer. No. So essentially, we need to call the power competition on these samples. So how do we do it? Either we keep power implemented in Zig and we either export this as a symbol or yeah, maybe we should just export it as a symbol. Like Awebo compute power. And here we link against that symbol. Or alternatively, we write the computation here in Objective-C. To be fair, the logic is pretty simple, although it does have a square root in it. So, you know what? I think we keep it in Zig. We need also to grab samples from that bad boy, which we do in here. This is an audio buffer list. What's in an audio buffer list? Buffers. And those things are audio buffers. Okay, what do we have in the top? Man, I kind of wish this thing got on multiple lines. Yeah, thank you. IV audio PCM buffer, which is a subclass of audio buffer. Init with PCM format, frame capacity, frame length, stride, channel data. Audio samples if the format has. Return the buffer audio sample if the format has a 4-digit samples. What about float? Float channel data. Oh, we cannot guarantee that it is float. Oh my god, we cannot guarantee that it is float. No. We cannot guarantee that it is float. Jesus. Should be fine. For now. That is terrible. So we can do float channel data. I think this is a suggestion. I think this is not followed precisely. So this guy needs to tell us frame capacity. Yeah, so it has frame capacity, frame length. Okay, frame length is what we care about. Frame length. Although this is frames, they're not samples. So they're frames, they're not samples. So this is buffer frame length. Instance method frame length. Oh no, sorry. This should be. Oh, this works. Although I think this can also be a dot. Right? Property frame length not found. What do you mean? It is a property. Okay. And then times buffer dot. Well, where's the number of channels? Why does this guy not tell me the number of channels? Where's the number of channels, dude? Where is the number of channels? Oh, don't tell me that this is in stride. Let's see the buffer's number of interleaved channels. Why are we getting interleaved stuff though? Why is this stop giving us interleaved stuff? So this is frame length times buffer dot stride. What a weird thing. Now, here's the next funny thing. How do you do atomics in Objective C? I guess this is more of a C question than an Objective C question. Interleaving channels is pretty normal, maybe, but so far I've always seen everything being not interleaved. It's just surprising. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe I was looking at other things. Anyway, how do I write an atomic store for a float value in C? You can also declare it in line. Choosing in memory order. So include SED atomic. Also const power. But you know what? We might as well not fuck with that. And then we just give the pointer to power to the Zig function. There you go. Boom. And then the Zig function in audio doesn't return anything. And it takes a pointer. Which at this point we could make this an actual atomic variable. I think this is nice. So from a float pointer, we make it a pointer to an opaque value. Okay. So this is all fine. Now chase all the various build errors. Capture push. And we compute power. Nah, there's more issues. Yeah, there we go. Not these ones. Nah, there's more shit. In audio M, for sure, we want to change power to be a call it user data. Void star user data. Just pass down user data. Don't think about it much. Then in audio, test start. Okay, let's see how we do. In here, capture test start. We want to give it atomic power. So let's change this to just power. Um, bridge retain, bridge retain, bridge retain, bridge retain, property main mixed, not found in object audio engine. Oh, there we go. Oh, that explains why some stuff was not working. Holy shit, this is main mixer node. There we go. Whoops. Incompatible pointer types initialization. It's a float star. Oh no, it's wait, it's a bro. What is this signature? Why are you guys like this? It's a there's a const, so it's a const pointer, but then there's two stars, so it's a pointer to a pointer. Why is it giving me a pointer to a pointer? Is this it? Oops. Why did they store Aquirel? That makes no sense, of course. Property frame length not found in object audio buffer banana. And yet it's in here. Why can I go to definition? Why does it say not found? And then I can go to definition on it. Oh, am I typoing it? Yeah, I'm typoing it. Wait, why can I go to definition if I'm typoing it? Can somebody tell me why this goes to definition, but even if it is a typo? Who programs this shit, man? Passing const float to something that doesn't want const float. That is fine. Const float. Const float. And then in audio, const. Const. I don't even remember anymore what I was doing. All right, we're just trying to install a tab. There's no feedback. There's no feedback that it is working, but at least it didn't crash. So let's add some feedback. I guess what we can do. So now we need to go in AV, and we kind of want an animation here. So how does one do animations in the UI? Let's look at examples. Let's look also at the proper like examples thing. Demo. Animations. Easings, no. Spinner. Clock, texture frames. Schedules a frame at the beginning of each second. Yeah, I think we kind of want the spinner. I think we want the spinner, except that we want a different animation. Maybe something like that. Something like this. Let's look at the spinner. Although the spinner is it's a widget. It already implements the whole animation thing. So no, I don't think we want that. I think we want basically the code that this thing, like this code that animates this dimension of this dialogue, we want that to animate the width of a thing, but we want the target to keep changing. So we want to update the animation to keep chasing that thing. Boy, is that going to be intense, I suspect. So in here, we want the meter, which I guess we can make another box. Height should be 3. It should have no margin. It should have no border. It should have background equals true. Actually, what do you set background to? Yeah. And then we need color fill equals yellow. And then somehow we need to animate its width. How? Let's do it the ugly way first. Also, this does not expand horizontal, that's for sure. Okay, like this. Means as content h equals 3, w equals... here's another funny thing. So what's the domain of this function? Or no, not the domain. Well, the output range. What is the output range of this function? Because previously we were computing this number and then multiplying it by a lot to get to 100. Let me do it this way. I think AI can help us here. I need to normalize this function to be between 0 and 1. Um, I guess we could pick a value and divide it by that. For example, I could do that number and then divide it by 200 and essentially say that that's going to be my 1.0. And I divide it by 200 and then we cap it at 1. The notification sound for Awebo? I don't know. Maybe. um, you know what? Let's do it without AI for now. So let's say the compute power gives us a number between 0 and 1, and we just do shitty normalization. Instead of this, and then divided by 200, we do this. And then instead of dividing by 2, we do this. And then we say there you go. Here's your normalization. Kind of. Now, here's the problem. How do we transform this percentage into filling the space? How do we transform this percentage into filling up a percentage of the available space? Because we can't just play with the width. This is in pixels. So how do you change the size of this thing? How do you stretch it horizontally with a multiplier where 1 represents full horizontal stretching? I don't have an answer. I do not have an answer. Maybe there's an answer in the DVOI demo window somewhere. Maybe somewhere in here. Basic widgets, calculator, text entry, styling. Oh, this is fancy. Oh, this is fancy. But wait, this slider is cool. Border shadows, 9 patch. So, mm, maybe this thing has something. You know what we could do? We could, in theory, wait, the slider has this code in it because the slider takes its position from a number that goes from 0 to 1 and uses that to pick its position. But how does it do that? So this guy has the code in it somehow. Track horizontal, vertical, trackers. Mouse, key, feel, knob. Rect is knob rect, which is computed here. Rect x is br.w minus knob size times perk. So here's the multiplication happening. We're multiplying x. And that is based on, wait, br.w? What is br? Data content rect of b. What is b? It's a box. Okay, so we can do content rect on this guy. So we can do the same on our end. So here on meter, we do content rect on the preview. I don't know what BR stands for. Box rect, I guess. And then we say the W equals BR dot W times power dot load. Maybe. Okay. Test. Holy shit. It is kind of working. Wait, it's pushing. Why is it pushing? Why is it pushing? No. Well, it's also not updating if I don't move the mouse, but um, my voice, my voice is squishing the UI. um, where are we going? Where are we going? Why are we going this up? I find that surprising. Mm, so we have to put that there. Is it? Is this? Well, oh, because this has margin. Is this it? Stories are really easy, yeah. We also need a something that says an animation is happening, so always stay on. Test. we're oh no, we're still widening it. I don't get it. Why? Okay, I don't know. At some point we'll have to figure it out. Let's animate this. So uh also let's change this from start to stop. So how do we say that we need to reanimate? I think that in here, if capture and refresh, yeah, just go full steam ahead. There's like no right or wrong. I mean, technically it would be every 20 milliseconds, but fuck it. Did I? Oh my god. Oh, I do have them on both sides. So you're saying that it should be minus 20. Let's do it. Test. I mean, um, but the fact that this is getting bigger, I guess it's because this thing has its own. No. I think you might be right. So padding equals zero. Dot all zero. Margin equals dot all zero. Let's see. Let's see now. Test. Okay, I have no idea. I really have no idea why it likes to bump it up so much. But better than nothing. And it does animate. Now, I'm gonna lower my volume to see how power looks like. Uh, so this scale that I'm using, okay, stop. So this scale that I'm using kind of sucks. The problem is that I have this hard cap at 200 whatever, and that value is not very high. Actually, to be fair, yeah, the value is not very high. We were using that as the threshold cutoff, not as the uh, uh, top value. So instead of 200, that should have been there should have been something much bigger. Probably 4 times as much. No, maybe twice as much. Maybe twice as much. So let's do 250. maybe I shouldn't multiply this by anything. You know what? Maybe, I don't know. Test, 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 test. Hmm, eh, I don't know. 100. Uh, uh, 50. Turns out that maybe it was just a clean number what we were supposed to use. I don't know. Uh, 20. I don't know. Let's see. Uh, 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 uh. Test, 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 test. I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Oh shit. Turns out you cannot click that button twice. We need to reset the tap. Okay, remove tap on bus 0. Uh, 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 okay, stop. Start again. Okay, stop. Start again. Okay, stop. Okay, so far so good. So we fixed that thing. The audio test kind of works. So we have implemented this. So that means uh, that now we should look at the volume threshold. So what is missing now is looking at the volume threshold for both activating your own, lighting yourself up in the call, and um, for both lighting yourself up in the call and for deciding when to send something that is not silence. So that means that uh, we want to send um, yeah, this is actually tough. How does that work? We basically want to look at an entire sample, and if that sample has a power below the threshold, then we just write silence. Where do we do this logic? In the network. In the network, we see that we observe a given output packet. We can observe its power. We can say that its power is below a given threshold, the activation threshold. And if it is below the threshold, we just don't send it. Okay. Okay. So let's go implement this final part. We go in the network thread. Not this one. This one. And we see this power. We don't compare it to a hard-coded number. We compare it to our threshold. And actually, we do this not only to put an event, but also to decide if what we want to send is this or just silence. That being said, this is problematic because so here's the problem. You don't just want one packet worth of samples to be below the threshold and then you just nuke it to zero. What you want is so what we're missing is the concept of the attack, right? I believe in audio this is called the attack angle, where the idea is if I'm talking and I have a brief moment of silence, which is not silence, right? It's just a brief moment where my voice is going below that threshold because I'm breathing. You don't immediately want to chop it off there hard. So what you want is a given number of consecutive samples, packets that are considered silence to be happening in a row, and then you decide what you want your attack rate to be, but it's probably going to be more than 20 milliseconds. So maybe you want two of these packets, like you want 40 milliseconds of silence or more before you start sending literal zeros. On top of that, what does sending literal zeros mean? Because like who should be doing this decision making? Do we need to do this 200 milliseconds? Do we need to do this in um, Opus, meaning that we tell Opus that this packet. No, you know what? What we probably need to do it well is to lower the volume progressively, right? To do this well without like weird audio artifacts, we need to start lowering the volume of stuff that we receive. So I believe that we need to progressively start multiplying the samples that we receive by a fractional number. So we, you know, you you quote unquote implicitly always multiply your packets by 1.0 conceptually. Then when let's say that our attack angle is 200 milliseconds, then after you got, let's say, 100 milliseconds of silence, of what you consider silence, you start lowering the volume. So every packet, every 20 milliseconds, you start multiplying by that number. Or you could even be more aggressive, I guess. Although I guess you get different feeling, like a different resulting feeling depending on what you choose. And then you at the end you get to a point where you start multiplying by zero everything until it's time to resume. But you know what? I'm not even sure where it is that you should be doing this. And the fact that we have not that much buffer, yeah, I don't know who should be doing this computation. So I'm not gonna be fancy with this because I just don't know how to be fancy. What theme is it? It's called AYU Mirage. AYU dash Mirage. That's what you're looking for. So 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 so. Um, here's also another question. Can we just encode a full PCM buffer worth of silence with um Opus and then just reuse that multiple times? The attenuation should probably be done per sample and not per packet. Probably. You might be right. The artifacting audio bug has been fixed. Yes. To be fair, to be clear, not exactly what it wasn't exactly found. Um, I exhausted all the possibilities with the jitter buffer and concluded that the jitter buffer does not have a bug in it. And then what was causing the glitching was something else, maybe timed to the fact that the timing was too tight. And so I just decided to call it a day and uh, set the packet size to 20 milliseconds, which is the number that we wanted um, to use anyway, and um, and then just move on with our lives. So that's what happened. So now I'm introducing. I added a mute button. I'm re-adding voice playing indicators. I'm adding a volume threshold, and I'm trying to understand how should the volume threshold stuff work, because I'm not sure. I guess we could treat it as a soft mute, meaning um, yeah, actually meaning I don't even know what. I don't even know meaning what. Have you seen the new Spacetime DB trailer? Got released 3 hours ago. Might be something you'd be interested in. No, I have not. I'm not super, I'm not super into databases nowadays. I remember seeing Spacetime. I've n- I have never looked at the tech. I just remember finding the claims to be the usual database stuff where a overexcited company uh is saying, look, we made we figured out everything. We made the best database for these and that and that and that and that. Conflicting things like trade-offs. We threw the trade-offs. We traded the trade-offs away for just the best possible performance and characteristics on every possible dimension. And that was the feeling that I got from Spacetime in the past. So, yeah. But I might be wrong. This might be uncharitable. I don't know. Ultimately, I just not too into databases anymore. My new database, the new database that I'm specializing on, SQLite. Hello, Matt. So I don't know how to implement volume thresholds. I really don't know what is a good implementation. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the crappy one where we just compute one full packet of silence, and then that's what we send over, and that's it. Let's see. They've made some bold claims recently. They do time series now too. I see. Yeah. You know what? I'll say this, but again, as somebody who is not particularly interested, just so as a external observer. Wait, what? What? Okay. What? What? Since when is TS in databases TypeScript and not time series? so, so it has a TypeScript engine in it. So like it. Okay, so if you have a link to the video with a timestamp to when they show the TypeScript stuff running in the database, I'll look a few seconds of it if you want. Don't feel forced to do this work if you don't want. What the heck? I mean, that being said, to be fair, good old Redis Labs at some point was kind of going down that in path of insanity. Redis Gears was basically meant to run. Yeah, there we go. As of Redis Gears, you can enable a plugin to select which programming language to use. It currently supports code written in either Python or Java. I have to say, again, my experience at Redis Labs has been interesting, and it was definitely a huge upgrade compared to my previous work experience. But Jesus fucking Christ, the bad taste that some of these people had is insane. Why are you stuffing Python? Oh, but most importantly, why are you stuffing fucking Java inside of Redis? Like, Java and Redis are like close to being as antithetical as you can be. I mean, I get that, if you have enterprise customers who use Java and then they use Redis to speed up their Java, and then you tell them, you know what, you can now put your slow Java in Redis. Anyway. Thank you. Wait a second. Are we playing back to YouTube as well? Because Sorry, YouTube. I'm muting this because I don't want to have anything musical playing on YouTube. Oh, you also had one. 154. What do we have in here? 137. Is it the same one? It's the same one. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Why did they put the HTML5 logo in that transition? Like, why is HTML5 there on top of everything? HTML equals web, I guess. I mean, to be fair, this claim might be actually true. If you put some god awful enough TypeScript in your database, the resulting performance might be never seen before. Not in the positive, of course. It could be never seen before, as in it takes, 20 seconds for this database to give me my username because it has to run a bajillion. It has to run through 5 gigabytes worth of node modules just to give you your username. So it might end up giving you never before seen performance, but again, I don't know enough about Spacetime DB to really be able to make a fully well reasoned analysis. But this to me, just what we've seen now, this to me screams web brain. There's a reason why don't you write the fucking database in JavaScript then? See what happens. Why do you think that it is a good idea to put JavaScript in your database? That it's just not a good idea. There's a reason why we don't do it. Sure, you have the state of the art V8. Ooh. Where's AI though in all of this? Even what's funny. I don't know why do people keep doing this? Like even with AI, at least make the claim that you use a systems programming language, but then you can make that work, make that happen with AI. I don't know. That is kind of funny. I am spending months trying to make a chat application work. You know what? Maybe I should have been. I should have the audio thread run a V8 callback every time we need to write some samples. Just going. Okay, so here's one thing. You could argue, trying to be charitable, you could argue that allowing developers to upload JavaScript to define the schema might be cool, because ultimately it's not something that needs to be performant. Usually you don't mess with the schema 1,000 times per second. So using a slow but expressive but familiar scripting language might not be a bad idea. You give me your JavaScript classes, and then we use the JavaScript classes to generate the tables. I mean that depending on the database model, that they're databases are not all of them are like designed to store objects. So if it's SQL, this looks like SQL. So if it's SQL, you want to decompose your objects into tables, and so the automated thing might or might not do the right thing. So that's debatable, but still that is fine. But why do you think that it is a good idea to invoke your functions in there? This reducer. Oh, wait. This is a performance reducer. Okay, now I get it. So they are actually going all in with their claim, like explicitly, right? So you introduce a bunch of performance reducers, and then at the end you get never seen before performance in the negative. Okay, now it checks out. Now it checks out. I mean, fair. Essentially, Node.js and Bun and all these JavaScript engines are, in a sense, equivalent to a performance reducer. Mm. God forbid that you try to have your database do more than one thing at a time, huh? Which, yeah, causes all kinds of issues. It also eliminates performance, but never mind that. Okay, I think I get it. So you know what? I think they're doing a good job at explaining their like use case. Essentially, this is not a particularly high performance database. It's not meant to be. It's just meant to be a database that it's easy to work with when you're trying to make applications that are designed to be, dynamic, interactive, but also they don't need to be super fine tuned, and you just need something that you can wire as fast as possible to a React front end, do diff rendering with the Shadow DOM, whatever the heck, and then that's it. To be fair, they did claim that it's for the web, so if it is for the web, um, I guess it's good enough for a lot of people, as long as your thing doesn't become Amazon. Like, I sincerely doubt that you can run Amazon on Spacetime DB with a bunch of serial JavaScript callbacks. So there's that. But didn't Spacetime DB start with an online game stuff? Weren't they saying that they developed Spacetime DB for an online MMO? Because this to me does not sound like that would something that would scale well enough for an online MMO. So I don't know. Oh, cool! They have performance reducers also on the front end. Nice. Is the fucking database making network calls? Am I seeing this correctly? The fucking database is making network calls. right, it's calling it an LLM. Of course, why not? Boom, real time, private, maximum privacy, maximum safety, um, implemented. And then somebody goes and changes the like user ID, and they start looking at private messages of somebody else. But never mind. Yeah, of course. I want. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. There we go. Here's the claim. Here's the good. I mean, I'm not saying that this is the claim. I'm still looking forward to the claim, but I was looking forward to this. Holy shit. we, we got now to a point where the database vendor is talking about that the new version of the database improves the ability of AI to one shot demo projects. Because the reality is that if you're not doing a demo project, like if you're doing a real project, this test is meaningless. Like this benchmark is worthless. Maybe your new API makes it easier for the AI to use to do things more effective. Like it makes the AI more effective at doing things. Maybe it doesn't. But I bet you that the things that you tested it on for this benchmark is dog shit and absolutely not connected with reality whatsoever. Once you move past demo projects. Nice. Man, you wouldn't want the LLM to waste time dealing with boilerplate, right? You want the LLM to be there, like designing the product essentially. Energy. Bro, why are these people like worse casinos? It's like, when they say you go to a casino, and they like, you go to Las Vegas, and they give you chips so that you stop thinking about spending money, right? You see those things, and they're not real money, so you're more willing to part with them than you would otherwise if you had to spend real money. And then you have all these kind of companies that they just cannot have like a normal system that where they charge you money. No, they charge you energy. Wait, what? 1.5 million performance reducer calls per month. Boy, that will definitely bring that performance all the way down. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. 65 million performance reducer calls. I mean, with 65 million performance reducer calls, at that point, I would expect performance to go all the way to zero. Like at that point, I don't think you need to spend any more to make sure that your performance goes like completely dead. Yeah. Man, you they even man, they even hit you with the vanity URL, right? We give out vanity URLs. Do you want other people to steal your vanity URL? Hey, you better go to our pricing page, man. Yeah, get there fast, get there fast. Otherwise, you you wouldn't want to be, poopfart.io too, right? Poopfartio, it's like the ultimate startup name. Space race. For wait, per month, free forever. Well, we'll see when they walk back this free forever shit because it never lasts. But I mean, 650 million reducer calls per month. Is it just me or I'm getting crypto vibes? I bet you that some of the people working on this stuff have a crypto background. Um, Weirdo currencies that obfuscate real money, FOMO tactics for the vanity URL, referral programs so that they can, um, get ready for the rug pull. Um, I don't know. I feel like crypto scammer vibes. Where's the NFTs? That also, yeah, that also, you have you have in your company 500 people watching the freaking tables updating in real time, like killing your database even more. Like nothing works because and then you say the database is slow and everybody I'm on it, boss. Boom, opening the dashboard. It gets even slower. Oh man. Also, wait, this is Apple like. They have the feature recap at the end like Apple. Wow. That also is that also is Apple like. The one more thing. He said performance. Bro, you did talk about performance. You talk about all those reducers, which we know are short for performance reducer. So, okay, let's see what their plans are for even further reduced performance. I would really love to see Jonathan Blow's reaction to this section just here. I just would love to see. By the way, if anybody watches Jonathan Blow and somehow he ends up watching this video, this section, please clip it and share it in the Software You Can Love Discord server. Please do it because I I cannot imagine him like keeping a straight face. I can't. I'm not a game dev, and I can't. By the way, you know how we solved this? You know how this problem was already solved? With SQLite. With SQLite. also, this is like a lie. Or rather, well, okay, if your server is a remote process, then yeah. But if your server is running on your same machine, then you don't have all this machinery in the middle. But I mean, this thing is not multi-node, right? Yeah. Well, in any case, yeah, SQLite did it before. Yeah. Waste time, DB. Holy shit! Do you want to use waste time, DB? Man, all these waste time DB users. Oh, so annoying. what what an example to choose. Okay. Boy, I cannot wait for my bank to be implemented on top of Spacetime DB, have every single business logic function be implemented in JavaScript, and also call into, like, do web requests from the database. Yeah. By the way, this argument that he's making here, this whole argument about the cost of the network, that's essentially your aunt's talk. I mean, it's a well-known. This is so funny because it's a well-known problem. There are already pre-existing solutions. They come with trade-offs. One of which is, if you want to bring logic to your server. By the way, the idea of bringing logic to the server, to the database, is not necessarily inherently wrong. It's just, why the fuck should it be JavaScript? That is the problem. Why is it JavaScript that does network requests? That is the problem. So people were already solving this using stored procedures, for example. You store a procedure or you write a dynamic library that adds a new function to the server, which, by the way, you can also do with SQLite itself. So you can add functions to the database so that you don't have to pay the network cost for every tiny little thing. That obviously comes with trade-offs, so fine. There might be, different ways of doing it. Like there might be ways of improving that whole system, but this is a known problem. Then more recently, there was your unstock, which was literally entirely this entire point. Kind of funny that they. To me, this seems. I doubt that they have not seen that talk and they are completely unaware of it. I don't know if it's marketing, so whatever. There's no concept of plagiarism in marketing. It's just war. It's just attention war. So whatever. But I don't know. Being aware of previous art kind of makes this look weird to me. Yeah, I'm gonna move this here. Oh no, super base. But by the way, you can clearly see that the problem here is not Postgres. Like 4,000 transactions per second. That's not Postgres. The problem is what you're doing with Node.js, obviously. But anyway. Oh, this is literally another point from your talk. Bro, the car stuff also is crypto. Are we going to the moon with it? Oh my god, space time is space themed. Of course they're going to the moon with that Lambo. What is going on? What the fuck is this thing? It- Guys, we're we're doing a meeting to review the new Spacetime DB, the new product marketing video. I know you guys saw it. So what do you think about it? Yeah, boss, it's amazing. Oh man, it's so fun. Like the end with all the faces coming together. It's like the music. Oh, you know, my kid loved it. My kid was loving it. Um, there's yeah, I think everybody's gonna love it. No, don't worry, don't worry. I have to say, boss, um, there's this video with you as the talking head, and then at the end having the meme pictures with your face on, which kind of makes you look like you made your own meme pictures with your own face. Amazing, I have to say. I've never seen this before. Like, I think we are so far ahead compared to other companies. This is amazing. Oh my god. Hello, Gexley. Hello, everybody. Hello. I don't know what you joined. So normally this would be a stream when I'm working on a uh open source alternative to Discord, and that's what I'm kind of doing. Except that somebody shared with me this video. Chat shared this Spacetime DB announcement video because they released Spacetime DB 2.0, and we're watching. What are we watching exactly? I think we're watching. And I'm sorry, but like seriously speaking, we're watching just marketing people that are cringe, that make cringe stuff. You know what? Time for a Redis Labs story. At a point in time, so Redis had a for a long time they had Redis t-shirts that said Redis Geek on them. And the idea was that they were, I guess, at a point in time saying that, we're Redis geeks, we're geeks, and we care a lot about Redis, so we're Redis geeks, and here's the Redis Geek t-shirt, so you're part of the Redis Geek gang, Redis Geek gang, something like that. Then at some point, new marketing guy comes in. Of course, he has to make a mark and says, we need new t-shirts. I mean, not that I love the old t-shirts, but they were like, fine. So new marketing guy, new CMO comes in and says, we need new t-shirts, fine. And so they start working on these new t-shirts. They don't talk to us as at the time I was a developer advocate there, so like the marketing people are non-technical. They don't even know how to operate a computer, essentially. Well, no, some of them do, but like most of them don't. And so they're definitely not software engineers. And so they come up with some designs. They don't run them by us being me and other developer advocates who are technical people who in theory should have an understanding, at least a partial understanding of marketing. So we should know what, makes sense technically, and also maybe a little bit makes sense socially or not. But whatever, they don't. And so they end up with this genius idea. So you know how there's the old American ad, got milk, which is I don't know, just an old ad. That's fine. But what was funny is that around that time, Rick and Morty had come out with the episode where Jerry has to come up with an ad for apples, and so he comes up with hungry for apples, which turns out to be a big success. But then he discovers that he's living in a simulation of reality set to the lowest level of complexity, to the point where the radio plays human music, which is just a like beat with a beep going on, like no real music. But so it, and only in that oversimplified reality, hungry for apples makes sense. Which I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but to me it seems that is in some ways kind of saying that, overly simplistic messages, kind of like got milk, are just not good marketing ideas. Maybe when it was done originally it made sense, but it's already done and people have already quoted it. So why do you keep quoting that fucking thing? I think that, to me, that was the part, at least in part, the meaning of that episode. So I guess the marketing people at Redis did not watch it or did not understand it the same way. And so they came up with got Redis. So the t-shirt said got Redis ? Now, if that was it would be fine. I wouldn't be telling this story. But at the same time, Game of Thrones was a big thing. But the problem is that Game of Thrones was a big thing, and we were also in the middle of the disaster of the final seasons. Like all the final seasons, actually the final season where everything went to shit. The new, writers, directors that they got were making a mess of everything. Nothing made sense. People went from loving Game of Thrones to just not even being interested in watching it anymore. Again, the marketing people at Redis Labs maybe did not actually watch Game of Thrones. Maybe they did watch. You know what? I think the most scary possibility is that they did watch Game of Thrones and they did love the final season. And so they decided that got Redis should be got written with the Game of Thrones font essentially making it an acronym for Game of Thrones. So I don't know what the fuck was happening in their brain, but they thought that Game of Thrones, that mishmashing the Game of Thrones brand with Redis was a good idea for some reason. Yeah, that was my reaction. Like, why? Why? So one day we come to the meeting room and they have this third of a shirt on the table. And it's like, yeah, we printed 5 billion of those. And now everybody has to wear one. Why? Why? And so, like, why? And then we look at this, like, why is this guy drinking competitors' tears? Like, in one universe, is this not in good taste? Like, I'm fine with dunking on some, like, I'm fine with dunking on somebody's on a competitor that you hate particularly, that you have an history with, that you think it's particularly bad. But what the fuck is competitors' tears? Like, it's not even anybody. It's like just in general, just any competitor, like SQLite tears. Bro, you like this guy has never tasted SQLite tears. That's for sure, and he never will. That's also for sure, I think. So why are people allowing marketing people to do this? Why? I don't get it. Like, I don't think I would. I'm not claiming that I would be able to run a marketing department. I might not be able to, but I seriously do not understand how these companies can spend so much money. The companies, startups like Spacetime DB, they're probably spending, and I'm not saying this as a slight to them. I'm saying this as a fact, and they're not the only ones. The majority of those database companies are spending like 3 to 4 times as much on marketing that they spend on engineering. Engineering for these companies is absolutely not the main what's it called? It's not the main cost, essentially. Marketing is far, far, far bigger in all of them. So, and then marketing makes you do this? Like, why? These are real numbers. Run the benchmark yourself. Why? Where's the comments? I love Spacetime DB. This team ships. I was not expecting the ending. That performance graph, musical performance, well done. The guy did the Fireship video himself, but I will still wait for the Fireship video. I can tell the team is full of intense gamers. Yeah. Okay, I did not expect it to be like this. Thank you for sharing. Holy shit. Now, should we switch Awebo from SQLite to Spacetime DB? I'll think about it. I'll let you know in future streams. So what were we worrying about? I forgot everything. Like now my brain has been reset because of that fucking thing. All I can think about is the guy getting drunk on competitor tears. You're going to have a glass of water labeled C++ tiers. But here's the thing, right? It's not even C++ tiers. It's like to do an equivalent, I would need to have a glass with competitors tiers, other languages tiers. I have to be honest. I cannot think of ever once in my life seeing somebody do the thing, somebody else's tiers and thinking, haha, that's fun. I always thought every single time that is cringe as fuck. It's like star whatever for every possible word that you can put before tiers. Somebody with a cap of that and doing like this, never found it funny in my entire life. Has anybody ever found that funny? I don't know. I guess somebody must, because otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. I just cannot relate at all. Could be a good stress test for 016's cancellation system. Yeah. Wink, wink. Good point. Man, you have no idea how many performance reducers this bad boy can fit in. So we were saying that we got information from the packet because it tells us the power. And then here we need to compare this value with what we have in our audio. So core.audio.capture threshold. Again, this needs to be a synchronized read. It's not. It's going to be fine for now. We need to fix the synchronization problem in a holistic manner. So it doesn't matter trying to go insane to solve this specific one here. So we do this. I think that the way it should work is this. We copy over, we commit the read, we put an event, we actually send it. Oh, wait. So we look if we are muted. And if we're not muted, we actually send it. And the event obviously also should not happen if we're muted. So it only happens here. Okay, so far so good. Well, active call. I'm gonna put it here. Technical question about Zig. IO.async calling A and B expresses that A and B may run in any order, including concurrently. But there seems to be no way in Zig to say A and B may run in any order, but not concurrently. Was such a thing ever considered? No. If you can think of a compelling use case, if you can think of a compelling use case, then I would be interested in hearing it. But it has to be compelling. So compelling doesn't mean, well, I have this example of two functions that, for example, want to read the same variable and so and not do that atomically, so they cannot be scheduled concurrently. You also need to give me a good reason for wanting to say that they can be run in any order. So there has to be a reason for which the runtime might realistically decide to prioritize one over the other because it's convenient. Without that ability to recognize and take advantage of the fact that one order is preferable to another in some circumstances and not in others, without that, this primitive would not be useful. Personally, I cannot think of a compelling use case. But the fact that I cannot think about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay, so you know what? Since we have muted, we can kinda fake also muted. So look at what we can do. So if we take this out and we move it in here, essentially. So if not above threshold or muted, reset the sequence, don't send anything. This might work, although it's not going to work particularly well because, as I was saying, this doesn't have the attack behavior. Um, so I don't know how this works. I don't know if this works well. I think the question was more theoretical than practical. It was more about thinking about the properties and the primitives and the more quote unquote theoretical perspective behind IO async. So yeah, there's obviously um, other ways of making it work for sure. The idea was if there were, I guess the question was about if there was anything to gain by having a native way of expressing this structure of computation. Um, yeah, the reason why um, this is a hard request. Like it's tough to come up with a compelling use case for this. It's much easier to find a compelling use case if you take out the but not concurrently, because when A and B can run in any order, including concurrently, then if you have the ability to run those two concurrently, you will kind of want to, with one caveat. If you have the ability to run them concurrently and you have a and you have more than one unit of parallelism uh, available to you, meaning that you have two threads, so you run them concurrently, but you gain the performance gain, the time gain from those things running on two different threads, running in parallel ultimately. So that is always that is something that you kind of always want if you can access it. So that relaxed version of this requirement is much easier to want and like think about justify, but this other version is much harder. I don't think there is a reasonable way of getting any advantage from it, I think. So I don't know. Okay, I got my shitty volume threshold. Let's see what happens. Ah 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 ah. Oh, this is terrible. Oh my god. Yeah, this is really terrible. Oh my god. Ah ah. Well, no, okay. Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, without the attack stuff, it's just insane. So we need this. Uh, we need we need multiple of these things in a row. Otherwise, there's just no point. My concern is that the 20 millisecond buffer might be hardware dependent. No, the 20 millisecond buffer is the packet size. The Opus packet size is configured statically by me in the application. Hardware will run at different everything. The hardware will run at a different sample rate. It will run with different buffer sizes. That is fine. That is all accounted for, or close to all accounted for, because it doesn't interact directly with our buffer size. I can show you that in the audio network, in the audio thread, whenever we capture, this is a callback that gets called by the OS. And every time we get called, we copy OS frames into our local buffer. The OS will call us with whatever frame count it wants. Like a operating system could go bonkers and decide to call us every 10 frames. That's extreme. It doesn't happen. But it could call us with whatever frame size buffer size it wants. We copy those into our own much bigger buffer. If the number of samples available inside our own buffer that accumulates is lower than the number of samples that should go into your Opus packet, which is defined by me, then this function returns. Otherwise, we take our local buffer, which is a ring buffer. So we need to copy from a ring buffer to a normal linear buffer. We take those values and read them into Opus, and then into an Opus packet, and then we generate an Opus packet, and life goes on. So this accounts for whatever setting the OS has, or rather, kinda. This assumes that we are receiving float. This assumes that we receive float. That we receive mono channel, float 32, 48K samples. That is not guaranteed, but like automatically. But I'm using AV Audio Engine, which is a system that allows us to define some audio formats that we like. And then we can go and wherever we do audio capture start. Where is audio capture start? It's at the very top, actually. When we do audio capture start, we have an input. What is it? We have a mixer. We connect our microphone to the mixer using whatever hardware format the device, the microphone uses. And then we connect the main, this mixer node to a sync node. This is an artificial, sync node where the audio flows into, which has a callback that allows us to capture that audio. But when we connect it with from the mixer to sync with our mono format. And our mono format is defined to be 48K mono flow 32, not interleaved. Well, I mean, it's mono, so it doesn't matter whether it's interleaved or not. So that is here what guarantees that everything that we do here is in line with our expectations. So let's do the counting because this thing is way too aggressive right now. So let's call it soft mute. So the way it works is if I'm gonna do this with a global for now. Sorry, Andrew. var uh, silence len equals I don't know, u32 equals 0. And here we do if if above threshold, then silence len equals 0. Let's do it in curlies. Else silence len plus equals 1. Soft mute is if silence len is greater than what do we do? 5, 10, 5. Let's try 10. 10 packets. Okay. Uh, I mean, this is fine. Oh, no, no, this was not fine. Holy shit. No, so I don't know. Better than nothing. I think that in the case of silence, we should not set this to 0. Sorry, this to 0. What I'm thinking is that mute maybe should have a soft mute should have a different semantic. Although, to be fair, you do kind of would like to not send any audio data if you're not speaking, right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with dreaming of that? Let's do it this way. Let's change. I think I understand what is causing some artifacts. It's in the audio code. Well, it's in the jitter buffer code. In the jitter buffer code, when we store a packet with, when we write a packet with sequence 1, we set this to 1. Let's change this to how it was before. jb.expected next sequence. If it was 0, then we set it to seq. It is fine. What I would do though, because the previous code would end up throwing what the heck? Okay. What the previous version of this was doing is that it would basically instantly flush the jitter buffer. The moment that we received a packet with 0, it would immediately flush the jitter buffer, which for muted, when you're muted, it's fine. But when you're like soft muting yourself, it's not as good, I think. So let's do it here. If we are, as we're looking at things, let's do it this way. If that sequence equals 1, then jb.expected next sequence equals 1. Let's see if this causes, if this improves the artifacting situation or not. Test. Oh, also, you know what? We should start in network. We should start with silence length set to already a value past the threshold, because we don't want to start with the mic on. We want to start with the mic off. Honestly, for how simplistic this whole thing is, this behavior is amazing. There's no attack angle, there's no nothing. It's just we're just basically being we're just waiting. We're just waiting for enough silence to come in a row and be good. So whoever said that 200 milliseconds was probably a good number, you're totally right. I set it to 10 packets worth of silence in a row, and that was perfectly good. That was perfectly good. And Opus with silence is also behaving perfectly well. And yeah, just like no complaints whatsoever. I'm going to remove this log message because it's just spammy. Yeah. Okay, so we got volume threshold. We got local voice indicators. We're missing the last really annoying puzzle piece. Light up voice indicators on the playback side. On the playback side. So, worst case, there is a solution for this. We could have the network protocol waste 1 byte to tell us. Actually, you know what would be amazing? If there was a way to know this, to compute this value or something similar from a compressed packet. But I don't think that Opus has this. There's one thing in Opus that I don't understand, which is defined in Opus Defines, which is they have this system for asking things. Warn unused result. All right, that's C bullshit. Where is it? These are the ones. Like set application request. They should not be used directly by applications. In general, sets should be even and gets should be odd. Never mind. So wait, where's the stuff that we should be doing then? Disable pointer check. Disable checks to prevent UBSAN from complaining about null checks in the Opus API. Oh, there we go. These are the ones. Encoder CTLs, encoder related CTLs. These are convenience macros to use with the C encode CTL interface. They are used to generate the appropriate series of arguments for that call, passing the correct type size and so on, as expected for each particular request. Usage examples: RET, encoder CTL, Opus set bandwidth, Opus get bandwidth, reset state. Let's see. Set complexity configures the encoder's computational complexity. The supported range is 0 10 exclusive, with 10 representing the highest complexity. Allowed values 0 10 inclusive. Set complexity, then configures the bit rate in the encoder. Rates from 500 to 512,000 bits per second are meaningful. as well as the special values Opus Auto and Opus Bitrate Max. The value Opus Bitrate Max can be used to cause the codec to use as much rate as it can, which is useful for controlling the rate by adjusting the output buffer size. Bitrate in bits per second. The default is determined based on the number of channels and the input sampling rate. Quindi, so set bitrate request, get bitrate request. Opus set VBR request. Enables or disables variable bitrate in the encoder. The configured bitrate may not be met exactly because frames must be an integer number of bytes in length. Allowed values 0 hard CBR. For LPC/hybrid modes at very low bitrate, this can cause noticeable quality degradation. Exact time, blah, blah, blah. VBR constraint. Constraint VBR. This creates a maximum of 1 frame of buffering delay, assuming a transport with a serialization speed of the normal bitrate. I don't know what that is. Forced channels. Configures mono stereo forcing in the encoder. Configures the maximum bandpass that the encoder will select automatically. Applications should normally use this instead of Opus set bandwidth. This allows the application to set the upper bound based on the type of input it is providing, but still gives the encoder the freedom to reduce the bandpass when the bitrate becomes too low. Yeah, so but the default is 20 kilohertz, so that's what, so like Opus audio basically, and like once you compress and decompress an audio stream, like Opus is a lossy compression format, so you lose every frequency above 20k, and this can be configured to have an even lower threshold. Although, like this is old phone bullshit. This is old phone territory. We don't go there. We definitely stay at 20k with Awebo. Never go below that. Unless we add a setting for a super, like for a channel where the audio streaming requirements are set to be as low as possible, I guess. But normal channels should never get that close. So let's see. Type of signal being encoded. Voice music, okay? What does it default to? Auto. Okay. VoIP audio, restricted low delay. Look ahead. Gets the total samples of delay added by the entire codec. This can be queried by encoder, and then per number of samples can be skipped from the start of the encoder output to provide time-aligned input and output. From the perspective of the coding application, the real data begins this many samples late. This might be something that we need to look into once we start worrying about synchronizing webcam and voice audio. That part is scary. I don't know what we'll need to learn to get it working. Let's see what else. In-band FEC request configures the encoder's use of in-band forward error correction. Okay. Loss percentage request configures the encoder's expected packet loss percentage. Higher values trigger progressively more loss resistant behavior in the encoder at the expense of quality at a given bit rate in the absence of packet loss, but greater quality under loss. Interesting. I guess this is like a feedback thing where the idea is that what we could do is at the server level, we could observe sequence numbers, and we could say if the sequence number, um, if we see gaps in sequence numbers, then we know that those are packet loss on your sending end. And so what we could do is we could tell you over TCP, and you could bump up this. Although, I mean, if your connection is falling apart with UDP data, why is the TCP data not falling apart? I don't know. So I don't know how useful this is in our case, but configures the encoder's use of discontinuous transmission. This is only applicable to the LPC layer. I have no idea what is discontinuous transmission. Depth of signal being encoded. Configures the encoder's use of variable duration frames. When variable duration is enabled, the encoder is free to use a shorter frame size than the one requested in the Opus encoder call. It is then the user's responsibility to verify how much audio was encoded by checking the TOC byte of the encoded packet. The part of the audio that was not encoded needs to be resent to the encoder for the next call. Do not use this option unless you really know what you are doing. Do I know? Do I really know what I'm doing? I don't think I really do know what I'm doing, so I'm probably not going to use this. Also, I don't think we have a reason to do this because, I don't know, 20 milliseconds is fine. Gets the encoder's configured use of variable duration frames. Okay. Get expert frame duration. Man, they even put expert in the name, so holy shit. Prediction. If set to 1, disables almost all use of prediction, making frames almost completely independent. This reduces quality. Get prediction disabled. Dread duration. If non-zero, enables deep redundancy and use the specified maximum number of 10 millisecond redundant, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not using the dread encoder. Maybe I should be using the dread encoder. We're going to experiment with that at some point. DNN weights for the binary object only explicitly built without the weights. I don't know. Oh, DNN is the deep neural network. So this is also dread stuff. Q text enables quality extension, otherwise disables by default. This will hurt audio quality unless operating at very high bit rate. Enables quality extension. I don't know what the quality extension is. Generic CTLs. Reset state. Get final range. Used for testing purposes. Get bandwidth. Get sample rate. Set phase inversion disabled. Oh. If set to 1, disables the use of phase inversion for intensity stereo, improving the quality of mono down mixes, but slightly reducing normal stereo quality. Disabling phase inversion in the decoder does not comply with RFC 6716, although it does not cause any interoperability issue and is expected to become part of the Awebo standard at some point. Improving the quality of mono down mixes. Guess the DTX state in the encoder. Decoder related CTLs. Oh. Set gain request, get last packet duration request, get pitch request. These can be used for any post-processing algorithm requiring the use of pitch, e.g. time stretching shortening. If the last frame was not voiced, or if it was a pitch, or if the pitch was not coded in the frame, then 0 is returned. Get OSCE BWE. Blind bandwidth expansion for wired band, blah, blah, blah. Ignore extensions. That's it. So there is no way of computing the intensity of a sample from Opus compressed data. I'm surprised that there is no uh, obvious answer on what to do when the microphone is muted. Like, do you really just not send data and then on the other side you just use play silence? I guess it's fine because if you just use it, if you just use the threshold to interrupt when if you just use the threshold to interrupt when there is already silence, that there really is no downside, honestly. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, there is no way of decoding this data, grabbing this data from a compressed packet. So how do we do this? I guess our adventure starts from here, us, reading a packet and then committing it either here or here. What we're missing, what we should do here then is um, well, no, but the point is not that I would expect that to be as extra data. I was wondering if the internal representation could somehow contain that, like if there was an easy way to get that information out of the compressed data itself. So I think that here we need to compute the power. And then we pass that down here. Compress everything, including silence, and only then decide not to send the silent packets. Oh, sorry. You were commenting about something else. Yeah, that's what I'm doing currently, essentially. To be fair, you're right. We could skip the compression part. Like we could leave garbage data. No, we cannot. So we have to compress everything. So here's why we have to compress everything. Actually, you know what? We could make this a little bit smarter by moving the decision making about the threshold, by doing that in the audio thread rather than um, in the network thread. But in any case, it's minor detail. So let's do this. Okay, so we pass down power. Although, wait a second, we don't need to compute power. What am I doing? We did say Wait a second. We don't need to compute power at all. We did say that silence. We did say that silence means not sending packets. So receiving packets means sound. So I think that that means that here we don't have to do anything. And then we go into the audio, into the network thread. And we look at the receiver, media receiver. And here, whenever we get the caller, let me grab this. Whenever we get the caller, without even an if, without even thinking about it. Well, first we write the packet. Let's not do bullshit. First we write the packet, and then we put an event that this user has been speaking. Wait, that is actually, this decision making has made this surprisingly easy now. I think we're gonna need to run 2 instances of this. So yeah, this is not particularly useful. So close this. Let's run a server without echo. Then here we launch one instance. Here we launch another instance. Okay, admin has joined. It does not hear itself back, but I'm gonna mute myself here. So I'm only gonna be speaking from this one. So we join, and yeah, we see other user lighting up in kind of perfect sync. Not bad. Huh. Success? Success. Yeah. Success. Okay. I think we have completed this. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I think we have completed that. So I think that with this, we have a non-shitty experience with voice calls. Again, don't want to be too optimistic, but this is pretty good. Hmm. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, what I did not test is this. I want to test tweaking the threshold as we go. So here, instead of muting, I'm going to bump this up. Oh, 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 right. This, sorry, this playback is not affected by the activation threshold. So I'll bump it up all the way to the max. Let's see what happens. I am starting to think that there is something. Yeah, yeah. The fact that the UI widens when I shout is so silly. But okay, let me change my microphone volume so that we need to basically be able to stay below the threshold. So this is too much. Okay, 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 okay. This is below. So this is below, and here. So let's join this call. Test. Yes. You see, other user doesn't speak. Uh I'm gonna raise my volume. Uh uh oh no. Hello? 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 Oh. 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 Okay. 1.0 it kills. Hmm? Test? 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 Test. Okay. Okay. So that works. Not bad. So I think it's time for me to end the stream here. Um, we did a lot of work today. Are you using voice meter? I have no idea what's voice meter. Oh, I'm missing an H. Thank you. Max threshold is probably unreachable by the voice. Well, it depends on. It depends on how you measure it, right? No, I think that that's 1.0, and I do return 1.0, but I think that I have a stricter greater than. So that's making 1.0 basically guaranteed to be muted. So, long story short, the scale is all fucked up. Uh, it's all the whole scale is fucked up. I don't know how to scale that thing correctly. Probably, I don't know. We take the value and we run a logarithm. I don't know. There's probably a correct way of doing it. I just don't know it. Um, Thank you. So you see, I do read power strictly greater than threshold. So so that means that threshold is a value. Actually, the whole scale is something that you can reach. Uh, but then the very last value is impossible to reach. Just 1.0 is impossible to reach. It's stupid, but I mean, what can you do? I think we succeeded. Thank you, TOEFL, for the correction. Appreciated. Okay. So, yeah. With this being said, I think it's time to call it a day. So thank you all for hanging out. Let me see if there's anybody that we should be rating, and then I am going to have dinner and get ready for my meeting. Hmm. Yeah, sorry, I think I'm gonna be lazy and just call it a day. Thank you all for hanging out. See you next time. If you fix the UI string also, I have yes. Bye bye.